Intel spikes to a session high after deepens pact with Google. Yobi and Microsoft collab on enterprise AI model. Oil prices extend gains. May WTI futures price above $100 a barrel.
Good morning, everybody. How's everybody doing? Let's get our lo-fi on. Also, we got to run our poll, right? Where are we going today? Where is the market headed? Up, down, stays here. Alrighty, there we go. Let's see here. ATD, good morning. Nives, good afternoon. Jamie, hello. Mike Miller, good morning. Hugo, good morning. Rob Shep said Traff. I don't know what that means. Ma Famille, good morning. How did it go last night? It was easy. We hit a... Let me show you. This was the 15-minute orb right here. We hit our 1-to-1 risk to reward. Did 5 micros, got 150 bucks on it. I took one more trade, well, 2 more trades later on. 1 losing and then 1 winning. This one we took about 27 points. I was targeting, I think I was targeting 40 points on this one, and I would have got it, I think. Right here. And then we got a couple stop losses in here and a short. I reopened right on this candle. But the first orb test was successful. And actually, one interesting thing. Look at this. I don't know how it's going to look in the future, but I think it might be worth testing the full range. Since a lot of times, Asia session, the range isn't that huge, you know, for the open. I'm going to test the full orb range as well on the spreadsheet. So interestingly enough, if you go for the full range, it ended up hitting TP5. which is 2.5 risk to reward compared to the stop loss. So it ended up hitting TP5, I think. 950. Actually, never mind, it didn't hit TP5. It was a couple points away. So it hit TP4, which is 1 to 2, actually. Actually, let me adjust that. I'm gonna have to do the math on this later on. Expected value times that. Because the risk would technically be double. Actually, you know what? I think I'm just going to do TP2, TP2, TP4, TP6, TP8, and then TP10 plus. I think I'll do that. I'll just double it on the spreadsheet. I'll show you real quick what I'm doing. I think I'll do that because the risk is technically double. All right. Anyways, here's what I'm kind of doing right here. So our range 32.5. And we're going to test half range, which is we're going to put our stop loss at the midpoint of the range. And then we'll test the full range as well. And see if the full range ends up being more successful. Because it was kind of interesting to see that the top of the range never actually touched. So I guess it's worth testing. At least for Asia session. For New York session, the range is just so huge that I don't think I would even want to take a range or a trade like that because orb flips happen all of the time. Am I going to filter? Yeah, I will. Yeah. So if you can see here, I have 2 tabs. I have Asia and New York. And I think Asia session will just include London. So just whenever futures open, I'm going to take the range of that and then see what happens until, you know, the open of New York session, basically. So that's what I'm going to do. Like, I'll make sure to trade that, or to share that with the Trade Titan Google Drive. But yeah, looking at the 4-hour chart, I mean, we're looking at a big old bull flag right now. Also on the ES, we kind of came up to a trend line. So on the ES, the trend line's coming down like this. The like longer term trend line, it's kind of coming down like this. So it'll be interesting to see if we possibly break out today. Because yeah, if we do, we're going pretty far. But yeah, anyways, here was the top, and you can see the top didn't tap. Even on a news candle here, sellers actually suppressed it. So that was interesting to see. So theoretically, you could enter here. You set your stop loss here for about 30 points. You would have hit 2x of your risk. Alrighty, let's see who else we got. Dantero, good morning. Mark Langley, good morning. TX Mad Dog, good morning. JR, good morning. Anto, good morning. Hope Leo's doing well in his travels. Yeah, he's probably in the US now. I haven't heard from him. Scotty, good morning. DD Stock Plays, good morning. Daily Day Trade, good morning. Financials, good morning. Sam Yang, good morning. ESNQ, morning. Vega, what's going on? Lynette, happy Thursday, let's get it. Swoopty, good morning. Janus, good evening. Rob Shep, good morning. Johan, good morning. Dobro Utra Pasha, good morning, brother. Mark, good morning. Ciro, good afternoon for Germany. Hope we can make some money today. Yeah, for sure. I actually wouldn't be surprised if we consolidate all day today. 4 hours looking really bullish, but who knows? Nives, Orbat London Open also worked, and it was the best move of the day. Nice. That's awesome. Mark, you going to go into the Discord as well? Yeah, and I'll go straight into chatting session, I think. Kevin, good morning. Familia, it's so hard to predict. Yesterday, really thought we were going to drop like a rock. Was wrong, took profit. Not like I'd hoped, just little scalps. Yeah. Rishi, what's your bias today? I don't really have a bias, but I mean we're bullish as far as like the past couple days. But I'm open to either direction basically. But was it the safety line though? I mean, it's not like a super clean trend line, but like it's definitely at a level right now where it's like if it breaks out a couple 100 points, we're probably going to assume a bit more continuation. Damon, good morning. Chris, how you doing? I'm doing well. Good to see you. 25.020, we had a huge support zone, put support. 0 DTs. Okay. Gibran, hello. Sumapari, good morning. Yanni, good morning. HCI Contractor, good morning. Procho, good morning. Sean, good morning. Let's stay in the green. Surprisingly, 53% of y'all are thinking the market's going down. Interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, like right now we're, if you can see, pretty much a bull flag. So, yeah, we're kind of at an important level. But I think I'm gonna have order lines for you guys. If that's something you guys would like. Just so you see where the entries are and then the exits. Bazin, good morning. Lean, good morning. Patel, hello. Good morning. JCV, good morning. Educci, good morning. Hebrew King, good morning. Henry, Pasha, today my bias is bullish. I'll probably say I'm slightly leaning a little more bullish too. Lucia Pozzi, ciao Pasha, I'm from Italy. Ciao Lucia. Beloved, good morning. Michael, good morning. Let's see. But yeah, it was kind of interesting seeing all of the data drop and the market didn't do anything from it. Super interesting. Because we had jobless claims, GDP, consumer spending, core PCE, all that stuff. US PCE, bunch of data. Nothing really happened. This was where the data dropped right here. Let's see, 30. So data dropped right here. We kind of pushed up a little bit. Now consolidating. Also, oil popped up above 100 again. Looks like we got sellers right above 100. Okay, 10 minutes till open. I think I'm gonna close this. Market will react on opening. Yeah. Thesis for this going down further is good news for war. War's priced in seems like the only thing that would affect this market more dramatically would be
leader
any
says
news
operations
that things
follow
aren't
a
working
planned
out.
strategy that accounts for the conflict's potential duration.
Henry, Pasha praying for us all. Hope all of us go green today. Appreciate that, brother. Trading pennies, good morning. Oil popped because they closed the strait again. Haven't heard it reopen. Oh, okay. Interesting. Israel won't stop and they killed a lot of Lebanese civilians during the ceasefire. So oil's up and you're looking for shorts today. Okay. Trading pennies doing that work.
The Houthi leader says the operation will escalate with possible surprise actions aligned with developments on the ground.
Okay. So staying out of all trades, waiting for the range to form. Man, can you guys imagine? It's already April. We've been backtesting this strategy for 11 months now. I started May 8th. May 8th. And it's been 11 months. That's crazy. Can you imagine I've been manually backtesting, guys. In over 11 months, TP1 on the New York session. As of right now, 72% win rate. How crazy is that?
According to Pakistan's Prime Minister office, Lebanon Prime Minister sought Pakistan's support for bringing an immediate end to attacks targeting Lebanon and its people.
TP2 is 46%, so still pretty high, but the expected value is higher for trading only TP1 based on this for New York session specifically. But man, I'm honestly surprised. Like that's very profitable. Like just imagine like how many, okay, it's been 230 trading days. Just imagine this, okay? Imagine from May, you've been trading only the 15-minute orb, and that is all you've traded. That's all you traded, right? Let's do a hypothetical here. Just because I like numbers. And all of us like money. You know, it's useful. Let's pull some numbers real quick. So here's that 72% win rate, right? We have 5 minutes to open here. Let's just run a quick calculation. So we have 230 days. Let's say you're copy trading 20 Apex accounts, just for example. So let's just do this. So days, 230 accounts, 20. Let's go our risk. Let's just make our risk flat for every single day. Let's just say $100 per account. Make that $1. So that means our total risk would be $2,000 across the 20 accounts. I can just do an easy calculation with the expected value, but for those of y'all that don't know how that's calculated, let's just do a simpler way. Let's go 28% of those days. Whoops. So losers equals sum that times, what was it, 28% of the time you'll be losing. So this is the amount of days you would lose, and then a win equals sum this times 72%. So you'll have 64 losing days, 165 winning days.
So seeing here, the French Foreign Ministry says 35 countries have expressed interest in
on the losing
participating in
days,
efforts to ensure freedom of navigation in the Strait
you
of
will
Hormuz.
lose this much money over all the losing days. And then over all of the winning days, you would make this much money. And the net of all of that is this. $202,000. That's only risking $100 per account. Playing for TP1. That's kind of crazy. If that's not crazy, I don't know what it is, guys. Because we kind of have to make the math work for us, you know what I'm saying? Like, look at this. In 11 months, copy trading 20 accounts, playing TP1 only on the New York session orb, and nothing else. Obviously, this is assuming ideal entries and all that. $202,000. That's crazy. Maybe that's what we need to be doing, guys. Like, what the heck? That's probably what we need to be doing. That's 11 months. So assuming, you know, one more month you make, let's just say 10% of that, you'd make about $220,000 copy trading. Only 20 Apex accounts, $100 risk per day.
1 minute remaining for the market on open imbalance.
The chance of you blowing those accounts, pretty much zero. You actually would not have blown the accounts if you only did the orb with $100 risk. Because I don't think there's been... You would theoretically have to lose 20 days in a row. And the biggest loss streak on the orb that I've seen, I think, was like... I don't even know how many. I think like 3, if even. Yeah, I think the biggest loss streak was 3. 3 days in a row. And like the biggest winning streak was like, I don't know, 10 days in a row. It's crazy. So anyways, wow. Good exit, Pasha. Here comes
Market
the
on
open.
open imbalance. S&P 500, sell side 247 million.
All right.
NASDAQ 100, buy side 15
Coffee
million.
time,
Dow
nice.
30, sell side 56
Crazy
million.
dirt.
Mag
Morning.
7, buy side 10 million.
Pasha, on days like this today, if the first candle is huge green, we can go long without a care. 70% of probability of upside. Like, cause Mr. P tells you the good and the bad, and that ain't easy. But the whole narrative with this war is like a movie with IRL. The script is changed every day. Toronto, good morning. Good to see you too.
0.1% lower. The NASDAQ 100 up
72%. That is awesome, yeah. Pasha, if you lower TP2, would you get a better result? No.
$21
The expected value for TP2 is a little bit lower. But see, this is not assuming like good trade management and all of that. Like if you were to try to switch it up and like manage your trades a lot better, you know, you might get better results. But like all I got is just this manual backtesting. And it's 72% for 1-to-1 risk to reward. 1-to-1. Trading pennies. Need to learn the Excel skills. Yeah. I mean, like, you just kind of nerd. I'm really bad at Excel compared to a lot of people. Luca, hello. Vega counting chickens. I know.
After the CEO says cloud.
But like either way, it's like, man, you know,
exceeded $15 billion.
You look at it, and it's like this is why you should probably only trade a legit strategy. Have I done real trades on that strategy? Yeah. Like, it literally works. It works very well. That's the crazy thing. You need data of longest consecutive loss and win. I've only been backtesting it for 11 months manually. So people have backtested it years and years. Dude, people have been using this strategy for like 50 years. I'm not even joking. Maybe not 50 years, but people have been using this strategy for a long time. And yeah, there's like a lot of data to support that it's profitable. It's been profitable for a long time and it's still profitable. How many points is TP1 and how many is stop loss? It's just 1-to-1. Your risk changes every day. But based on my 11-month back test, the average risk was it's gonna, like I said, it changes every day, but the average risk was 55 points. So if you only traded one micro, that's about $100 of risk, $110. Timo from TradeSyncer, yo, what's going on, brother? We got Timo. How you doing, bro? Chris, holy push. Yeah. But yeah, anyways, for longest consecutive loss, like I went through just manually just looking, and it was three losses in a row was the largest. And the biggest, I don't even know what the biggest win streak, but I'm pretty sure it's like 10. I mean, I have the data for the Trade Titans and the Trade Titan Google Drive, so they can do whatever they want with that. By the way, we're getting some really big divergence here. So look at this. ES is moving higher while the NASDAQ just dumped massively right here. Really big divergence. Look at that. I'm kind of tempted to long on this. But just imagine, though. That's interesting. I'm gonna try to take a long on it. 17 points of risk. Maybe you should try like 5 to 10 accounts like that, and the rest you trade. Yeah. I mean, you can do it either way. Like I'm trying to share like the data that I have, and basically like what I'm trying to help you guys get, because I'm just like too dumb to do it myself, is basically be able to take one trade a day and go live your life. If you would have been trading one micro copy trading on Apex, for example, 20 accounts for the past 11 months, you would have made a CEO's salary. Can we get this test on the 1 minute orb? It's going to take me way too... Like I said, I manually back tested all
Spot
of
gold
this.
rises 1%.
I didn't really trust, you know, TradingView and other back testing software. I just manually back tested it. And yes, it looks so bullish. On the 4-hour chart, it looks bullish, but it hasn't broken out just yet on the ES.
The S&P shares down over 6%, hit lowest level since January 2024. Excuse me, that was SAP shares down over 6%, hit lowest level since January 2024.
Nice. Yeah, blowing accounts with $100 risk is pretty much, yeah, it's statistically impossible almost. Yeah, you'd have to lose 20 times in a row. It's like 1 in a billion chance, basically. Rob, yet you lost all funded with that knowledge. Use 92 ODE. I know, bro, because I'm like trying to discretionary trade all day on stream. I make a lot of stupid trades. Now you need to evaluate the orb chance if you go long or short and the difference. Ah. Why are you guys tasking me now? It's too much work. Do you know like how annoying it is for me to backtest
Just seeing
even
reports here
like
from the
forward
Times
testing even
citing an
just
Iranian
this?
security
It's
source
so
saying if
annoying.
the attacks
Like think about it, every single day
do
when the
not
market
stop, there will be
closes,
no negotiations.
I literally go on there and I input that data manually, looking at TradingView and all, like looking at all the levels, the risk, all of that. I do it manually every single day. Imagine doing it for 11 months. Am I trading the orb? I will be, yeah. I'm still waiting for it. We got 7 minutes. Oh, yeah, what's up, Henry? User. Henry user. You back tested the 15-minute orb, 70%. Yeah. So my manual back tests show 72%. But yeah, either way, like it's super profitable. And the strategy's been around for many, many years. Real numbness. Thanks for pointing that out. Of course. Like I'm legitimately telling you guys, like no joke. We need you, Pasha, for back testing with your trades. My trades are losing. That's the problem. But like I'm legit. You're telling us that you're a masochist, dude. I mean, if you watch how I trade, like, man, sometimes it's just like, what the heck are you doing? You can just use the TradingView paper trade, then export it to Excel. I could, but I just don't trust it as much as I trust myself, you know? Look at that long. Nice little 40-pointer. Not too shabby. Okay, we only need 250 bucks per account to pass. Trace on. Can you explain orb? Learn orb for you? I don't know what you're asking.
NATO spokesperson says Secretary General is in contact with allies about his discussions in Washington.
Anyways, got a bunch of stuff. Nathan, is that exclusive to NQ? Yeah, I only back tested NQ, but as far as I know, every single trending index or instrument, so think of gold, you know, ES obviously, Dow, Russell, and any instrument that trends, that usually trends, you know, so oil wouldn't really work.
And action to ensure freedom of navigation
I don't think. You know, like, it's basically things that go with trends. The orb will probably work on them. As long as you have some kind of moment in time where you have, you know, a 15-minute segment where it's like a bunch of orders come in. If that makes sense. Do you think trading orb on M2K is also viable? Yeah, I'm pretty sure, yeah. 90-point orb trade today. We're at 83 points of range right now. ES is running pretty well compared to the NASDAQ. Do you guys like these order lines, by the way? I can remove them if you guys don't like them. Like, before I removed them because they made the chart messy. But like right here, we took this trade, for example. Here we closed the break-even trade. Here I stopped out for 2 trades. They're cool, bro. Okay.
Germany's Mert says we are taking up direct
What about
talks
orb
again
on
with
liquid
Iranian
tech stocks
leadership
like
in
Meta?
Tehran.
I think, I mean, it probably works on like anything, like stock related. The thing is, if you go to something like individual stocks, I think it might be a little bit more, I don't know. Maybe individual stocks would be even better. I have no idea. Why no P&L on the side, Pasha? I had somebody reach out to me that was like, hey, like, you should stop showing P&L on the side. It's just, like, distracting and, like, just show the trades and, you know. And it like, so that it also doesn't stress me out, too, so I don't see it as well. P&L is good. Everyone wants to see the P&L. You sure? Because you guys can see the P&L on each trade. And then, like, I can mention the P&L, like, we're up about 200 bucks per account. You like to see the progress? You do want to see? Okay. But just so y'all know, it's only going to be a couple accounts. All right, if it's overwhelming, yes, then I'll show it. I have no problem with that. Let me pull it up. I gotta open up NinjaTrader and log in. Okay, 15-minute orb is established. Wait, how many? There you go. There's P&L, guys. How many? I need about 250. Wait. I need to calculate quick. 40, 80, 250. I need 4 micros.
Germany's Merz says oil prices could rise further from February levels. Palantir technology shares hit 6-week low, lands down 5%.
Start the position.
Merz says Germany will be back.
It is looking bullish.
Hormuz Sea mission if mandated.
And I think... Did the ES technically? No, the ES did not. So I need 4, I think. $250. GP1 is 154. 40 points, $80. $250 divided by 80. Technically, I need only 3 micros. Okay, anyways. I forgot to close our poll. So 50% are saying down, 35% saying up, 15% saying pretty much staying here, consolidating. So majority saying down. Okay. Majority bearish. Man, on the ES, on the 4-hour, it looks like a breakout. A little bit. But maybe it's a fake out breakout. I don't know. Pasha, have you ever looked into the stats of buying short long the close of the 15-minute candle to the opposite trend for a scalp? No, I have not. What, does it work pretty well? Wait. NQ actually popped out a little bit. MNQ just didn't. Interesting.
According to Israeli Defense Minister saying we will continue our attacks against Hezbollah and target them in their Lithuania region and other areas.
Oh no. Israel's saying they're continuing to attack.
So just saying it again, Israeli Defense Minister says we will continue our attacks against Hezbollah and target them in the Lithuania region and other areas.
Oil's running. Uh-oh. We gapped up and didn't make a higher low, tend to be bearish. Yeah, that's what I'm kind of thinking too, but ES, like... ES looks bullish, man. Well, I mean, the NASDAQ kind of does too, actually. Never mind. Like, look at the NASDAQ. It's on the hourly. It's kind of making that push, but I don't know if it's going to continue consolidating for that bull flag, you know.
Germany's Merz says energy cost relief measures need to be targeted and must not cause supply shortages.
Bulls holding. Hey, Loptiv, what's up, brother? Dump time. I don't know. Like this is still bullish, guys. Like, be careful trying to just short out of nowhere.
Germany's Merz says there's no agreement yet within the coalition on further energy cost relief measures. Intel shares add
NASDAQ's
almost
just
2%
looking a
after
little
company to
weaker.
expand collaboration with Google to advance AI infrastructure. Reminder at 10 a.m. Eastern Time, expecting US wholesale inventories month-on-month revised. Forecast minus 0.1%, prior minus 0.5%. US wholesale sales month-on-month forecast 0.6%, prior 0.5%.
Okay.
Also expecting comments from IMS Georgieva.
Added one more.
We do have a video on the calendar. We'll put one on the feed for those interested.
Think. Where do I put my stop? I think technically right here would be fine. Trying to make an early orb entry, which may or may not work, to be quite honest with y'all. We're pretty much targeting 150. Maybe go lower.
We'll put a live video of IMS Georgieva speaking on the feed for those interested.
Don't hold, we're going down. I mean, it doesn't look bearish to me, at least when I'm looking side by side, but yeah, obviously it's like not looking that great.
See a little bit of strength in WTI crude. Not seeing any headlines to explain this little bit of movement, but we'll keep looking.
If we do start breaking down, though, I will definitely short. Like, if we break to the downside, I will definitely short.
Germany's Merz says there are no plans to restrict the use of US forces of their bases in Germany.
So that was a VWAP test. Man, the news is like bringing it down a bit. Let's see. And NASDAQ already lost the moving averages. Yes, holding pretty well. Imagine the NASDAQ goes for the sweep.
So just looking, can't see any new headlines to explain the move in WTI crude, so it's probably back off that Israel headline where they're saying they're continuing the attacks in the Litany region.
Okay. The NASDAQ's breaking down.
Order filled.
I'm going for it. The ES is holding somehow. There's definitely some divergence here. I don't love it. I had to be very quick to cut. On the NQ, this was technically a fake out to the upside, and this could be a fake out to the downside.
Italy's economy minister Giorgetti says government ready to lower its growth forecasts.
How am I down 1K per account? I'm not. Wait. Wait, how? Wait, what the heck? I think Ninja Trader's wrong. Wait, what's wrong with Ninja Trader? Wait. Wait. Yeah, Ninja Trader's wrong. The PNL on Ninja Trader's wrong. What the heck is up with Ninja Trader, dude? It's showing the wrong PNL. I'm only down 200. That's kind of weird.
Germany's Mert says
Yeah,
some
I'm gonna
energy cost relief measures
close
would
the
have to be
PNL thing
coordinated
because
with regional states.
it's definitely wrong.
Reminder in 5 minutes time.
For some reason, it's
US
like
wholesale
showing the
inventories
opposite.
month-on-month
What the
revised.
heck?
Forecast minus 0.1%, prior minus 0.5%.
Okay, I'm just
US
gonna keep
wholesale
it
sales
open just to
month-on-month,
see what
forecast
happens when it closes the
0.6%,
trade.
prior 0.5%.
Because yeah, it's showing
Reminder, we're expecting
incorrect
comments from
PNL
IMS.
right now.
Gorgiva, who will be speaking soon.
No, this is the correct PNL right here. I don't know what's up with Ninja Trader. Something's wrong with it. It's showing the wrong numbers. Okay, TP1, 975. Right there.
UK
did we
bonds
just get a 5-minute
slide, 10-year yield
close?
rises 10 basis points to 4.81%.
No, we did not. We did not get
Treasury
a 5-minute
yields
close below.
edge higher as WTI oil extends rebound.
Order filled.
Okay, let's go, guys. Let's do it. Again, breakdown signal as well, potentially on NASDAQ. Yeah, the PNL is completely wrong on Ninja Trader. It's so funny.
Germany's Mert says, I have told Trump again that after a peace agreement, we would be ready to contribute to securing the Strait of Hormuz within an international mandate.
Zero 0.64.
According to sources, crude loading at Saudi Arabia's Yanbu port not yet affected after Wednesday's attack on East-West pipeline.
Ninja is not wrong. No, it is wrong. I'm telling you. Like, Ninja Trader is legitimately wrong. Trade Syncer and Trade Evade both have the accurate numbers. Like, as this is going up, Ninja Trader's saying I'm making profit. Like, look how bullish the ES looks, man, compared to the NASDAQ. It's sketchy. Maybe not the most recent contract loaded on Ninja. I don't know. Guys, whenever this trade closes, it'll show the accurate numbers. Just don't pay attention to P&L. Because it is wrong. Because I'm not trading through Ninja Trader. I'm trading through Trade Evade right now. Ninja Trader is just showing the P&L.
One minute remaining. I'll be leading with US wholesale inventories month-on-month revised.
Okay, a little bit of data about to drop. And I hate that the NASDAQ and the S&P are so different right now. I really do not like it.
WTI crude moves
The
back up
ES
to
looks so
$100 a
bullish,
barrel.
man.
Ten seconds.
Oil's pushing.
.8%, 0.8% higher than forecast and minus 0.1%. US wholesale sales month on month 2.7%, 2.7% higher than forecast at 0.6%. IMF scorekeeper says IMF World
Yeah,
Bank meeting
exactly,
next week will
Trason.
focus on how to weather the shock of now paused war in the Middle East. Gorgieva says even most hopeful scenario downgrades growth forecast due to infrastructure damage and supply disruptions and loss of confidence. The IMF can scale up support for countries for existing programs, and there are more programs to come. Gorgieva says we expect near-term demand for IMF support to rise between $20 billion to $50 billion given spillovers of the war. Supply shock caused by the war will continue to ripple through the economy with oil refinery shutdowns and product shortages. Gorgieva says 45 million more people now facing food insecurity and bringing total number of those in hunger to over 360 million. War shock triggering high inflation, short-run inflation expectations, but longer-run expectations have not changed. Gorgieva urges all countries to reject export controls and price controls that can further upset global conditions. Central banks should hike interest rates if inflation expectations threaten to de-anchor and ignite inflation spiral. And Gorgieva says using deficit finance stimulus would increase burden on monetary policy.
Man, this is so weird. If it's 25K though, man. The 25K level. Yeah, if a candle closes like below 25K, it's NASDAQ's probably gonna go a lot lower. Shorting into 25K psychological round number. ES just looks so bullish compared to the NASDAQ. Yeah, orb is not established yet. I feel like I need to close this, man. Oh, now the P&L's correct on NinjaTrader, I think. Yeah, now the P&L's correct. Uh-oh. Yeah, I think I want to get out of this and re-enter. Because the ES looks so bullish, man. Could pull the NASDAQ up. Okay, I'm just gonna exit that. See, right, there's the PNL. That's the correct PNL right there. See? Ninja Trader's like glitching out, man. ES Delta is green.
Israel's Defense Minister Katz says defensive line in Lebanon expanded from 5 points to 15.
Between NASDAQ and ES, which indicator has more directional influence over the other? It's honestly, it's hard to say, man. When you see that the NASDAQ's weaker, that just means people are taking risk off. Selling off more tech. That's about it. That's all you can really know. Guys, based on how this 15-minute orb just is sitting here already about 40 minutes into market open, guys, today's probably going to be bad price action. Just letting y'all know. Just letting y'all know, guys. Today is probably going to be bad price action. Be very careful trading today. This is no good. No good. We're 100 points of range. Unknown direction. Be careful. It's gonna be about news. Yeah, exactly. It's probably gonna be a news market today. With like no real clean price action, potentially. Be careful and don't say I didn't warn you. That's all I'm gonna say. Yeah, oil's back at above 100. Pasha, have you tried to trade the 2000 tick chart? No, I just have the 1000 tick chart though. Is volume low pretty low compared to other days? I guess it's fairly low, yeah. Trace on, you're in the long. Okay. Yeah, I'm kind of tempted to pop along here, but I don't know what the heck this thing's doing. Okay. Oh, that's a 5-minute candle close. All right, so on this pop, I'm looking for entries, I think.
Order filled.
Alrighty. See if it sweeps the Asia low. It's breakdown signal triggering as well as 5-minute candle close below the opening range. I'm going to basically try to target over TP1. So now this is pretty much a hands-off trade. Just remember, the one way of the orb is 72%. It's not 100%. It's days like this where the orb may lose. Try 5005 resistance level. Yeah. 25K's holding. Only play bullish orbs, bearish orbs don't work. Brother, actually, technically, the bearish orbs are actually the ones that give, like, some of the best risk to reward whenever they do play out. The bearish orbs are actually nuts. Anyways, hands off for me. I'm holding the short.
We have posted IMS Managing Director Gorgieva's speech on the feed for those interested.
Yeah, dude, the Ninja Trader PNL is glitching. It's like actually glitching. It's showing completely wrong P&L whenever I'm in a trade. I don't know why. I'm just gonna turn it off because it's like, it's kind of annoying. It's like actually wrong. I've never seen it do that before. Okay, yeah, starting to curl down a little bit. That's good. Nice. Missed me by literally 2 ticks. Okay. Yes, testing VWAP now. Anyways, it's hands off. By the way, if these 2 hit, that's these accounts passed, so. ES really isn't bearish. Yeah, true.
Order filled.
There it is. 3, 2, 1. Close. Okay, $20 away. Let's take one more.
Order filled.
One more for 10 more points.
Seeing a little bit of downside in the S&P 500. Not seeing any headlines to explain the move, but we'll keep looking.
Here, I'll reopen NinjaTrader just so you guys can see P&L, because that's pretty much the trade for me. It's just annoying that NinjaTrader was showing completely wrong. Yeah, like it's showing that I'm down $80 on a position. Like, what the heck is up? Maybe I just make it show the realized profits so I never have to deal with that. Here, one sec, guys. I'm gonna fix this real quick. See, like, look at the P&L over here. Do you see this? It's showing that I'm -70, but I'm like literally at break even on the trade. See, it's glitching. So I'm just gonna do realized P&L like that. There.
IMS Gorgieva says the world cannot go through war without some economic pain. So she's now speaking. Reminder, we do have a video on the feed for those interested.
Order filled.
Okay. Let's just check that all accounts are passed. And they're all passed. Oh, some of them are actually over by 50 bucks. There's actually only this one that needed 20. So these technically still need 2 more trading days to be passed, but your trade syncer is acting off. See, my trade sinker is working perfectly, but my Ninja Trader's like glitching out. Anyways, there we go. So we took a couple longs up here, stopped out for a pretty big loss. I sized it up a little bit to make back that loss. TP1 has not hit yet, but as of right now, the orb is playing out. TP1 is 24,974, so it's almost there. I missed it by 1 point. Which honestly, like looking at this level, I'd probably, if you're worried about this level holding, you'd want it like a couple points above or like a couple points below, because if it sweeps this, it goes lower. If it holds, you know. Either way, the orb got us there. It was a little bit of a fake out to the upside, I'm not gonna lie. The NQ, so this is the MNQ that I'm showing here on screen, but the
In 10 minutes time, we
NQ
have
actually
natural
went
gas
higher.
change, BCF,
It's
forecast
just slightly.
40,
It came up like 1
excuse me,
point
forecast a
above the
build of
orb,
48
or like
BCF
3 points
via
above.
a build of 36
MNQ did
BCF.
not. ES did not as well. So I guess MNQ was a little tiny baby fake out. But overall, this is the candle right here. This kind of hammer thing, whatever it's called. This was the 5-minute close underneath. Sometimes getting an early entry on the orb is not good. Sometimes it's really good. They'll get you a lot more risk to reward. So, you know, you kind of have to use your discretion entering the orb. Like, the most low stress, you know, way of entering the orb is you get that 5-minute close, and then you set your entry right at the bottom. So you set your entry, but guess what? Right here, you wouldn't have got your entry. Okay. This is the bot. Actually, wait, never mind. Just kidding. You would have actually gotten your entry. This was the close right here. This candle. Just kidding. So when this candle closed right here, you set your order, and then the next candle fills it, hopefully. Never mind, it actually did get the fill. My bad. Yeah, that's pretty much the trade for the day. Pasha made a trade too early, blew one account, and on the other did the same trade after waiting a few minutes, made a 1.3. Nice, man. Man, that was crazy, though. The ES was holding so well, so the NASDAQ kind of showed the weakness early. I guess this is probably ICT type stuff. I think this is an IFVG right here. This like 4 candle, or this 3 candle pattern, or 4 candle pattern right here. Technically, this first candle of the day is kind of it too. Yeah, what's up, FEMA? Doing pretty well. Do I know Benjamin SMC? No, I don't. Tory line? It kind of looks like him. Here, I'll show you. So that's the trend line on the ES, but it's not like exact, you know what I mean? It's kind of approximate. I kind of just did just an approximate over here. This one popped out a little bit, rejected, then we got a dump. But it's just like, it's just approximate. You know? Approximate. The NQ Look at how messy that chart is. But the NQ, I'm liking that it's rejecting this 200 level pretty hard. I do like that on the daily chart. I love that. I would love it to stay below 25,200 for us to continue the dump, but the market does what it wants, you know? So I'm going to keep that on the 4-hour chart. TP1 still has not
In
hit
5
on
minutes time,
NQ.
expecting EIA natural gas change. Forecast 48, a build of 48 BCF. Prior,
You
a
got
build
stopped
of
for break
36
even?
BCF.
That sucks, man. You did a live yesterday with Peter Tuckman and David Green, and those guys were talking down on ICT. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I mean, I don't love ICT. I don't hate ICT. I don't know much about him at all. Some of the concepts, like I see them in the market structure. I don't really know the concepts in depth, like fair value gaps, like all that stuff. Those aren't, I guess, ICT's ideas. Why would you want a dump and not a pump? I don't know. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what I want. What matters is what the market's doing, and am I going to go in the same direction? Hey, Pasha, can you go through again? How did you calculate the targets? I didn't really calculate the targets, brother. It was just discretionary. I just I just took approximately where I would be passed on the account. That's about it. If I wasn't passed and I was just going for the trade, I would be targeting down here. So I'd be still in the trade waiting. Like it's about a hit on this sweep right here. Boom. There you go. That's TP1 hit. If you took the orb, congrats. Give yourself a round of applause. Another day where the orb is successful. I kind of... Some of y'all in the chat, rightly so, were saying, hey, Pasha, the orb's not established yet. While I was trying to take longs up here. And you're right, because it did full reverse. So I leveraged up to make up for the loss I took up here. But yeah, congrats, guys. That's TP1. Maybe even goes for the overnight sweep. Is ICT a person or merely trading concepts? It's a person. It's like a YouTuber that created ICT concepts. I don't know much about him, but apparently he like wrote algorithms for market makers or something. And he like teaches people how to trade the market. But then there's like a lot of haters saying that he's fake. I don't know. Phasia, are we green today? Yes, we are. Good morning into oil. Give a thumbs up. Appreciate you, brother. Is 960 a level? 960 is not, but 930 is. Yeah, 930 and 850 are levels. ICT is just Wyckoff theory with new names. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. He's been proven to be unprofitable and failed the Robbins Cup 3 times. You don't need ICT, you need Pasha.
1 minute remaining.
That's funny. Hey, by the way, my Discord mods. Or sorry, not my Discord mods. My YouTube mods Can you guys please send me a message on Discord? So, if you're a YouTube mod, please send me a message in the Discord. Lynette, you're gonna get a little bit more love because you've been around for a while,
10 seconds.
for a long time modding. But shoot me a message, please. Anyways, I'll be right back. TP1 hit, we're good. Ugh.
A build of 50 BCF, a build of 50 BCF compared to the expected build of 48 BCF. We have posted the US EIA natural gas weekly inventories report on the feed for those interested.
Okie dokie. Anyways.
US natural gas futures extend losses down 0.7% after EIA reports slightly bigger than expected storage build.
Okie dokie.
IMS Gorgieva says most important message for member countries is get your house in order and build resilience. Comments here from Greenland's Prime Minister says, in response to Trump, we are not a piece of ice, we are a proud people. I think Trump's comments are unfortunate, and that diplomatic talks between Greenland and the United States and Denmark are still ongoing and more meetings are planned. Greenland Prime Minister declines to
Okay,
say what
Lynette, I'm
specifically is
shooting you a
being discussed
message
at the
first.
negotiations, and says we hope that we are in a pragmatic manner and can find something that benefits us all. We are not ruling out increased defense cooperation with the US, and Trump's
Okay, I
desire to
got
take
FEMA
over or
trading
control Greenland
pennies
has not been taken off
and
the
Lynette.
table.
You might have messaged a fake Pasha, Lynette. I just messaged you. Because I don't have a message from you. In my message, I said, shoot me your TPT email. Oh yeah, we have a fake Pasha in the Discord. Ban that one. We have a fake Leo in the Discord. We do not. Anyways, for the YouTube
CNN
mods,
reports a Pakistan Air
I'm gonna give
Force
you guys
278 MP tanker and
some
transport
TPT
aircraft flew to
evals.
Saudi Arabia today. It did not land and instead remaining active in air over the eastern region near Bahrain and the Persian Gulf.
Cause y'all have been on it. Hey Pasha, great stream. I already know what's coming up next. Hold on. Leo's in Florida. How did I meet Leo? Classified. It's a big secret. You saw Leo on the beach? Wait, the Greenland Prime Minister actually says the takeover of Greenland is still on the table?
See a
No
little bit of
way.
strength in the dollar and strength in WTI crude.
That's crazy. There's not much selling momentum on this, honestly. Be careful if you're still holding shorts, guys. Be really careful. Hey, FEMA, get me your TPT registered email, please.
IMS Gorgiva says we have a fiscal space problem almost universally. IMS Gorgiva says countries must beware of putting in place unaffordable measures to mitigate price increases.
You don't have TPT? FEMA, just make a TPT account. It's free. I'm gonna transfer you an email. Hey, Pasha, are you having trouble with your trade syncer this morning? I'm not, no. I'm having trouble with Ninja Trader, though. Ninja Trader is being a little glitchy, but trade syncer now. Trade syncer was able to get all my trades in. I have only, so each one of my accounts has a profit of $445.50, other than one account which has $430 profit, which is my lead account, and I ended up doing a market order, so that's the only reason for the difference.
IMS Gorgieva says IMF analysis shows AI could boost productivity. Excuse me, IMS Gorgieva says IMS Gorgieva says IMF analysis shows AI could boost productivity by up to 0.8%, but could also affect 60% of jobs in advanced economies.
Am I getting a thing that says rate limit exceeded on NinjaTrader? Whenever I was copy trading 20 Apex accounts, yes, I would. Whenever I'm trading like 5, it doesn't. It would only make an issue for the Apex copy trading. And it was only because it's bracket orders across everything. You're getting it and only trading 1? Yeah, it's weird. I don't know why. I think NinjaTrader's having issues right now because, like you guys saw earlier, my P&L was off with NinjaTrader.
Lebanon says solution is truce, then direct negotiations with Israel. Lebanon's president commenting on a ceasefire and Israel direct talks.
Is there a promo link for Apex? In the description there is, yeah. But my Apex code is just Pasha. I'm not too sure what's going on here. I already let y'all know though, like with how the first 15 minutes were going, like just be careful. It's probably not going to be that clean of price action today. Oh, I totally forgot to jump into the Discord voice chat. Or am I in it? Yeah, I'm not in the voice chat. My bad, guys. Pop into the chatting session. Yeah, what's going on, Mark?
How you doing, sir?
Doing well. How's your P&L today?
Taking exactly one trade. I'm up $300 or so.
Oh, nice. Very nice.
Yeah, it's super choppy. It just seems like better to wait on the sidelines and look for something there.
Yeah, I'm honestly expecting today to be pretty ugly. Because ES is forming a bull flag right now after this crazy run up. Like maybe there's going to be some slow selling off before the big push up for continuation or ultimate rejection. I think today we might just be in that consolidation range that slowly tightens up. You can kind of see it on the 4-hour.
Yeah, I completely agree. I trade mostly ES, and ES is doing obviously the same thing with the big run up the other day.
Yeah. Yeah, ES is like looks a little more choppy too.
It is interesting though, because if we don't eventually get a move back up, I mean, this could look like on the long time frames, just another lower high. Although,
Yeah,
not as bad.
yeah,
as it
dead
was
cat
earlier.
bounce.
Yeah, in fact, where it's at, it sets up to be really a whole lot uglier than it looked even before we were at the lows.
Mm.
Hey, by the way, kudos to talking about how you went through with losing the fundings and stuff, the funds and stuff. I mean, it's something we all kind of go through. I went through the same thing last week as well. It's been
Yeah.
crazy.
It sucks. And the human psychology aspect of it, of trading, is like so terrible.
Oh, it's all of it, man.
Yeah. Because, like, I mean, there's so many strategies that have an edge, and we know they have an edge, and then we still do stuff other than that. It's like, man. So we're back up on the NQ, bottom of the range. ES is at the middle of its range. Yeah, the past couple days, the ES and NASDAQ are off a little bit, so it's like, it's kind of sketchy to me because, you know, the ES will be above VWAP, NASDAQ below, things like that. And it's like, I don't know which one to trust. Like right now, I feel like would be a potentially good short coming up. Sure, on the NASDAQ would have about 20 points of risk. That's why you never look at the ES when trading NQ. Better off looking at the Mag 7. I guess, yeah. You're right. Might be better to look at oil, basically. Sometimes the divergence, whenever you see it, you could kind of avoid trading until you see the, you know, both move together. Maybe whenever you get that, it's good to just take a look. Just see that there is a divergence and that it's like a 50-50.
I think the NQ is tough sometimes too because it's so single name heavy. I mean, if Nvidia is moving or Apple's moving, it just takes the whole index with it.
Yeah, basically. I mean, that's why I've said, like, I love trading the NASDAQ compared to the ES, is because I honestly think that, like, most of the NASDAQ stocks are overvalued. Like on the ES, I think there's a lot more stocks that are closer to fair value. But on the NASDAQ, I think it's heavily overvalued. So, like, I want to be used to trading the NASDAQ whenever, you know, finally we're in that bear market, which maybe we started we saw the beginning of it these past couple weeks. Like, I want to be on the NASDAQ knowing how it moves and everything to be able to take advantage of it, because the NASDAQ's going to move a lot heavier than the ES, for example, to the downside if tech rotation happens really heavily.
Yeah, no, completely agree.
Like, I could just imagine the NASDAQ being down like 8% in one day and the ES only being down like 3%.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you. I trade so short term though that I don't think I'm ever going to capture that.
Yeah.
The realignment.
Honestly, it might just be a I don't know what to call it. False hope, I guess. Because I probably wouldn't even capture that move anyways. I'd probably only be useful if I would be trading options or something, you know. Let's see, Pasha, I have to look into playing the scalp of the 15-minute close to the opposite trend, as the last couple of days since looking at the same has been interesting. Huh. Not sure what you mean by that. Playing the scalp. 15-minute close to the opposite trend. Oh, you're saying after the 15-minute opening range closes, trading in the opposite direction? It'd be nice to see, yeah. I guess to see what the percentage would be for just like a 20-point scalp or something. It'd be good to see, yeah. Because I definitely know some days the first 5 minutes are a fake out to the wrong direction. Then the next two are in the right direction. And then, like, on that fourth candle, it's a breakout or breakdown or whatever. And it just keeps going on those really clean price action days. So on those days, the scalp definitely doesn't work. But then you have days like this where it's kind of ranging. You know, you probably pretty high win rate, I would assume. Okay, so right here, I'm going to take an imaginary trade. Here's the stop loss. So about 20 points stop. And targeting below. $30, 40 points. This is an imaginary trade, not financial advice. This is for those of y'all that need to be in a trade 24/7, i.e. myself.
This is entertainment purposes only.
Yeah. So we entered the trade, fake trade. Got 19 points of drawdown. Like 1 point away from the stop loss right there. Targeting 40 points to the downside. Am I done trading? I hit the profit target for all of the TPT accounts. So these are passed pretty much, but I still need 2 more trading days on them. So I'll just take 1 trade per day on these. But I think I'm going to pick up my funded futures couple accounts.
Spiral out of control.
I'm just not going to pick them up right now. Because I'm assuming the price action is going to be ugly today. So I don't think it's even worth picking up an eval to try to trade this. But I'll take some imaginary trades. Amazon's ripping? Is it? Well, good thing I have a little bit of Amazon stock. Oh, wow, yeah, Amazon's up 3%. I gotta say, I'm patting myself on the back in my mind for buying the dip on Amazon there. Meta's also pushing.
IMS Gorgieva says there are risks that central banks may rush into tightening policy prematurely, and that could throw cold water onto growth.
Man, I think Microsoft... So Microsoft's like still dumping. It's like a clean dump to the downside. I think Microsoft, a couple weeks from now... I already started buying up Microsoft little by little, but I think a couple weeks from now... Really good buy the dip territory, I think, on it. Man, we're almost to the highs of 2021 on Microsoft. So that's $330 a share, and we're at $368 a share right now. I would love to see it push down to like $300 a share. think that would be good buying opportunity. Not like full buying, but I think at least like averaging in. Man, the fact that Palantir's still over $100 a share is laughable to me. It's crazy. It's down 7% today.
The US to sell 89 billion in 3-month bills on April 13th to settle on April 16th.
Okay.
And the US to sell 50 billion in 52-week bills on April 14th to settle on April 16th.
Where's Mango? I have no idea.
And the US to sell 77 billion in 6-month
So
bills
Mango
on April
works
13th to
nights.
settle on April
So
16th.
he like comes on to trade a little bit with us. But he works nights, so he could just come home and go straight to sleep. Good morning, Nef Trader. Swing day, good morning. You're still long. You shared your plan over Discord general chat. So far it's working. Okay. Let's see if this ends up being a lower high right here for the imaginary trade 1-to-2 risk to reward ratio. You're holding long since 24,974. Oh, nice. What a good long. Nice job. Benjamin, good morning. History under 10, what's going on? And the fact that we're at this time of day and this is like barely moving, it was telling with that 15-minute opening range. Guys, please don't get chopped up today, seriously. Please don't do it.
Well, if you look at the volume, there's just no conviction.
Yeah. The market's not trying to go anywhere until like some kind of news, I think.
Yeah, I think you're right.
There's like too much unknown. Too much stuff that could potentially be really bullish, too much stuff that could be potentially very bearish. Like if you have anything to do today, today's the day to go do that and not trade.
I mentioned in the chat I'm playing with Gemini to try to optimize an orb strategy for ES.
Oh, really? Okay.
It's pretty interesting. I'll actually post what it came out with in the Discord.
How are you trying to optimize? Are you like giving it back testing data or what?
No, it'll actually backtest for you.
Oh, that's
and,
crazy.
and spit out the stats. And then what I'm going to do is take it and I'll use like market replay in Ninja and try to trade a few days against it just to see how it plays out in real life ish.
Dang, that's awesome. I forgot who made Gemini. Is that Google?
Yeah, that's Google.
Okay. Interesting. Well, yeah, is it time for the workouts or what? Do I need to turn on something other than lo-fi? The lo-fi's making me sleepy. Guess let's turn on electronic music. Some of these like have cuss words in them though, so I don't love it. But yeah, Revenant, you not taking a trade yet? Nice job. Too late, you got chopped? Well, it's never too late to stop getting chopped. When can we see Anthropic stocks? Trader in motion. We took a couple trades today. Here's what it was. So I took a long right here. Tried to long again up here. Stopped out. Shorted, stopped out, and then shorted again whenever the 15-minute orb broke to the downside, and then took my profits. So across all the accounts, up about 2K. Okay, let's see what we're working out today. And this price action is so boring. Inverse head and shoulders on the 1 minute? I don't know about that.
Fitch Ratings says US-Iran conflict credit risk remain elevated despite the ceasefire.
Okay, let's do chest and back today, I guess. Imaginary trade looks like it's playing out, maybe. I'm gonna go set up the gym.
We have posted the article from Fitch Ratings on the feed for those interested. Fitch on US-Iran conflict credit risks says if ceasefire is effective and holds, it will remove near-term escalation risks. Severe stress test scenarios for global energy markets appear less likely following 2-week ceasefire in Gulf and high-level US-Iran talks. So surely expecting comments from NATO's Rutte speaking at the Reagan Institute. We have put the live stream of NATO's Rutte speaking on the feed for those interested. According to NBC, citing a US official, says Trump asked Netanyahu to ease the bombing in Lebanon to help make negotiations with Iran a success.
Wait, was that just bullish news? I just heard negotiations with Iran are a success. I don't know if I just misheard that. I just put my headphones on. Man, I might need to get some speakers to set up near the gym so I could actually hear what the heck's going on.
No, I think that had to do with negotiations with NATO around success.
Okay.
NATO's Rutte says American leadership is absolutely essential if freedom is to be the rule and not the exception.
Okay, yeah, because they have a live NATO feed right now. You guys wanna watch the NATO feed? Here, I'll turn it on.
Of the Netherlands, and now as Secretary General of NATO, I have developed an unflinching appreciation for the value of American leadership. And yes, I was raised with Ronald Reagan. He was my youth time president, and I still remember how important he was for so many people in Europe. Because in the end, under Bush, his successor, the Cold War ended. It ended by winning it. And it was won by Reagan and, can I add, Maggie Thatcher. And the two of them working in conjunction, making the whole world safer and ending the Cold War. And
bullish crossover on the 5-minute if this candle ends green on the NASDAQ.
Eternally grateful to that leadership. But I've also had the opportunity to reflect on what happens when America's allies take that leadership, that US leadership, for granted.
I posted that
in the years following President Reagan's address to those
you
reserve
back
officers,
test, you said?
as we entered
the
so-called
like
end of history.
Oh, nice. I
While
appreciate
those
it.
newly free sought to pass into NATO and began to build their own capacities to contribute to our shared security.
I just want somebody else to do the heavy
Other
lifting.
European allies shifted away from decades of investing in conventional military
I'm setting a
with
fake
the United
trade
States
going
during the
long
Cold
now.
War in favor of an unhealthy codependence. So convinced that peace was permanent and didn't demand the investment we now know is essential, Western European forces shrank
Entering
and
at 41.
defense budgets shriveled into irrelevance. Over-reliance on the notion that security was just the new norm, and the United States would take care of any threats further afield, caused us Europeans to imagine that hard power was something to be embarrassed by, a relic of a bellicose past that humankind had now outgrown. But recent
Amazon
years
say that Amazon
have
plans
made
to invest
abundantly
$25
clear
billion in
that
Mississippi
history
data
is
centers
alive
and
and
create
ticking.
2,000 jobs.
That while Europe may not think in spheres of influence, countries like Russia certainly do. And we have seen that Putin is all too willing to use force to press the point. Thankfully, though, the same American leadership that set the conditions for staring down an evil empire has helped keep the alliance, an alliance that ensured freedom and security during the Cold War, that alliance going, retaining the foundations and tools we need, even while many
NATO's
of
rep
its
says Trump's
allies
commitment to
underinvested.
progress reversed more than a generation of stagnation
President
and
Trump's
atrophy by
commitment
reminding Europe
to
that
progress
values must be backed by
reversed
hard
more than a
power.
generation of stagnation and atrophy, by reminding Europe that values must be
Amazon also
backed
announced they're
by
going to
hard
invest
power.
$12 billion in
Hard
Madison
power
and
provided not
Hines
only
County data
by the
centers.
United States, but through the collective effort of countries
Okay,
who
gonna
are part
enter
of
at
the most
50
successful
now.
Fed forward
military
bills
alliance
total
ever built.
891.3 million dollars.
The President
NATO's vote
drove
on 5%
allies
pledge
toward a
says this
historic
will help to
decision at
ensure
NATO's
that the
summit
NATO
in
of
The
the
Hague last
future
summer
is not an
to
alliance in
invest
which allies are
5%
Okay.
of
Voice
GDP
news
in the
I
disconnected.
paused financial juice for now
And this
while we're
will
listening to
help
this.
to ensure that the NATO of the future is not an alliance in which allies are unhealthily dependent on the United States, and in which the United States knows that it has capable partners who are ready, willing, and able to defend our freedom and security. Those investments are already laying the foundation for a stronger Europe in a stronger NATO, for a genuine partnership and the security that our freedom deserves. These investments are crucial. And allies are moving quickly to secure the budgets, grow their armed forces, and field the capabilities we know we need. But even with this progress, it is clear we will need more. More high-end, exquisite capabilities
Breakout
to defend
signals
against
triggered on
modern
NASDAQ,
missiles.
by the way.
Our adversaries are
ES
employing
actually
against
looks like a
Kyiv
full
and Tel
breakout
Aviv.
on the 4-hour chart.
More scalable, adaptable drone interceptor technology. And here, Ukraine's
It bounced on the
hard-earned
4-minute
battlefield lessons
or 4-hour
are
9
saving
EMA,
lives beyond its own
and
borders.
it's looking like it's going to break out.
At this moment, allies on NATO's eastern flank and our dear friends in the Gulf are defending against Russian and Iranian drones, thanks in part to Ukrainian technology that did not exist even 1 year ago. So business as usual will not meet this moment. And allow me here to applaud President Trump for his bold leadership and vision. The United States, and this is just an example from last week, just announced a framework agreement to triple production of certain types of Patriot missiles. And this is absolutely crucial. And there's another example of American leadership. And it is essential to refilling our magazines and building the arsenal of freedom. As I look towards the Ankara summit, I'm confident NATO collectively and allies individually will similarly act to break down barriers and unleash the potential of defense industry on both sides of the Atlantic. So the money is flowing. Industry and government will cooperate to ensure that money translates into the capabilities we need. Why then does everyone in this room have a knot in their stomach about the future of the transatlantic alliance?
Am I in a trade? No,
When we
I'm
turn
not taking
on our
trades.
televisions or scroll on our phones,
I'm doing imaginary
do we
trades.
see eager early drafts of NATO's obituary? Let me be clear. This alliance is not whistling past the graveyard, as you would say in the United States. Allies recognize, and I recognize, we are in a period of profound change in the transatlantic alliance. Europe is assuming a greater and fairer share of the task of providing for its conventional defense. And from that, there will be no going back, and nor should there be. This is a move from unhealthy codependence to a transatlantic alliance grounded in true partnership. For increased investments and improved production to matter, they must be accompanied by a mindset shift. That mindset shift is well underway. But these shifts are often only fully appreciated with the benefit of time. And the space between can be precarious. Let's consider the most recent events. When it came time to provide the logistical and other support the United States needed in Iran, some allies were a bit slow, to say the least. In fairness, they were also a bit surprised. To maintain the element of surprise for the initial strikes, President Trump opted not to inform allies ahead of time, and I understand that. But what I see when I look across Europe today is allies providing a massive amount of support, basing, logistics and other measures to ensure the powerful US military succeeds in denying Iran a nuclear weapon and degrading its capacity to export chaos. Nearly without exception, allies are doing everything the United States is asking. They have heard and are responding to President Trump's requests. The United Kingdom is leading a coalition of countries that are aligning the military, the political and the economic tools that will be required to ensure free passage through the Strait of Hormuz. This is evidence of a mindset shift. And right now, European allies play leading roles in NATO's operations to secure our eastern flank, the Baltic Sea and the Arctic, acting rapidly to field personnel, aircraft, naval vessels and more to bolster our security in the face of emerging threats in these regions. When Russian MiG-31s crossed the Estonian airspace last fall, it was European aircraft, Italians in the lead, backed up by Finns and Swedes, that turned them back. And a flock of Russian drones wandered recklessly into Poland around the same time. I'm proud to say it was a Dutch F-35 that fired the shot that took down the danger. In my estimation, Secretary Rubio is spot on when he says that an alliance cannot be a one-way street. It was not a one-way alliance when US, European and Canadian troops fought and sacrificed shoulder to shoulder in Afghanistan. And I'm heartened by the knowledge that every day, as we speak, the US, European and Canadian troops continue to train and deploy in support of our shared security. I'm confident that a stronger Europe and a stronger NATO will not take US leadership for granted. On the 40th anniversary of D-Day in 1984, standing atop the cliffs at Pointe du Hoc, where the US 2nd Ranger Battalion had fought to carve out a toehold on the continent, President Reagan offered an apt reflection. It is good and fitting to renew our commitment to each other, to our freedom, and to the alliance that protects it. NATO is changing, thanks to American leadership and a collective commitment to ensuring continued freedom and security. NATO is growing stronger. Thanks to the mindset shift that is happening, I see a true partnership on the transatlantic horizon. The future doesn't belong to the faint-hearted, Reagan famously said. As we brave this new path before us, I'm confident that together, the United States and its allies in NATO will deliver on our shared commitment to securing our freedom today, tomorrow, and well beyond. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Policy Director of the Ronald Reagan Institute, Miss Rachel Hoff.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Secretary General, for those remarks and for being with us here at the Reagan Institute today. It's a real honor to host you during your visit to Washington. Your remarks have given us a lot to talk about, and in particular, you've already addressed, as we say in the U.S., the elephant in the room, about the knot in the stomach, about the future of the transatlantic relationship and the NATO alliance. Understanding, of course, that with your visit to the White House yesterday, your meetings with President Trump, Secretary Rubio, Secretary Hegseth, of course, in many ways, diplomatic conversations must remain private in a certain extent in order to work. But what can you share with us from those conversations as we think about the future of the alliance?
Yeah. Well, I mean, as they would say in diplomatic circles, these conversations were frank and open. Which is good.
Candid. I mean, they may have been candid
They
as
even
well.
were candid, frank and open. But that's good, because we are amongst friends here. I mean, the president, myself, we like each other. We are good friends for many years now. And I'd rather have the conversation on the table instead of tiptoeing around it. I sensed his disappointment about the fact that he felt that too many allies were not with him. And I explained to him yesterday, I said, hey, Mr. President, clearly the overwhelming majority of Europeans have done what the US asked of him and what was previously agreed in these circumstances. And yes, sometimes it takes a bit of time. But hey, guess what? We have coalitions in Europe. We have sometimes the political home front to take care of. Sometimes it takes a couple of days. But then we pull together, and almost the whole of Europe did, for the US to project power on the world stage through its partners in Europe. And the US, NATO is there, of course, to protect the Europeans, but also to protect the United States. As Jonas Sture, the Norwegian Prime Minister, said, these huge nuclear submarines in Russia are not there to attack Norway. They are there to attack the United States. And it is thanks to the alliance that we are able to make sure that they are not able to get in a position to do that. So, and this is just an example where both the US mainland and Europe stay stronger and safer because of the alliance. So it was a good conversation. It was open and candid. And I clearly felt his disappointment, which, again, to a certain extent, I understand.
The president certainly made his disappointment clear. He's invoked renewed calls for the U.S. to potentially withdraw from NATO. Important to remember, though, that the challenge of America's participation in NATO itself is not necessarily something new. I'm always reminded of your earliest predecessor, the very first Secretary General of NATO, who said that the challenge of the alliance, maybe the purpose of NATO, is keeping the Russians out and the Americans in. What case did you make to the president about keeping the Americans in, and what case would you make to the American people about why NATO matters? What's the value proposition to the Americans?
Well, let's start with sometimes the wrong value proposition. The wrong view on this, I feel, I mean, I'm an audience of one, but let's have that debate, is that NATO was founded because the United States didn't want to repeat a mistake after the Second World War of isolationism, which was the case after the First World War. At a famous speech by Churchill, late December in the US Congress, where he said, again, for the second time in the 20th century, the long arm of history reaches out to the new world to come to the defense of the old. And let's not repeat that mistake. That was one reason to create NATO. But the main reason to create NATO is there because there is a case to be built for the Europeans, for the transatlantic community as a whole, including the United States and Canada, to stay safe. And for the United States to stay safe, you need a secure Europe, yes, but you also need a secure Arctic. You need a secure Atlantic, because otherwise the Russians and others might pose a threat. And we know by now, hey, let's not be naive about this, that you cannot separate what happens in the Pacific from what happens in the Atlantic. It is China and North Korea and the Russians working together with Iran when it comes, for example, to the war effort, unprovoked war of aggression of Russia against Ukraine. They work together. This is worldwide, and we have to work together. I'm not pleading for NATO to expand to the Indo-Pacific, but the fact that we have that close cooperation now with Japan, with Korea, South Korea, with obviously Australia and New Zealand, I think is evidence of that. So for all these reasons, if my family lives here in the United States, and they are partly Americans anyway by birth, and others have moved here after the Second World War, they deeply sense that for the US to stay safe, we have to stick together, and we need this transatlantic partnership.
One of the things that we do at the Reagan Institute is public opinion polling among the American people, and our latest data before a couple months ago, before sort of the current moment with Iran, especially. But a majority of Americans have a favorable view of NATO, 70% in our latest poll, which is actually about 10 points above its usual number in the U.S. And a majority of Americans also oppose withdrawing the U.S. from NATO. And so some of those messages, I think, are resonating with the American people. Let's turn to Iran and talk about the state of play there. You said in your remarks that it's good that the Iranian nuclear capability has been degraded. Their ability to export chaos has been degraded. The president, of course, has been very critical of NATO allies in particular for failing to support efforts in Iran sufficiently. We're now 2 days into what hopes to be a 2-week ceasefire. The Strait of Hormuz activity remains very limited, even with the ceasefire. But this coalition of European nations that's now signed on to lead freedom of operation navigations in the Strait of Hormuz, share with us, if you can, some specifics as you understand them. What countries, you've said some countries are stepping up, others not so much. Which countries are stepping up? What are they going to deliver in the Strait of Hormuz? Yeah. And what can we do about the countries that are not yet at the table?
Yeah, so I think two elements to my reaction, to my answer. One is it has always been a long-standing position of NATO that Iran should not get its hands on a nuclear capability, but also not on a ballistic missile capability. And the fact that under US leadership, those capabilities have been severely degraded is good news. Existential news for Israel, existential news for the Middle East, but also for Europe and for the whole world. And I know there are those who pleaded to continue the negotiating track, but hey, listen, we know what happened with North Korea. There can be a moment where you've negotiated so long that, guess what? North Korea got its hands on a nuclear capability, and then it is too late. NATO always being clear that Iran should not be able to get its hands on those capabilities. So then, when the US started the campaign late February, on that last Saturday in February, there are long-standing arrangements and agreements with European allies on overflight, on basing, there are examples of European countries that had to shut down their commercial airports because they had to host tanker planes from the US. Fine, I mean, this is the deals they made before, this is exactly what we need. This is the US also being able to make use, as I said, for Europe to be a power production platform for the United States, and this is part of the deal. Not all European nations, but most did, sometimes with a little bit of delay, and there I think part of the explanation is the fact that the president wanted to maintain the element of surprise, which I totally understand, but that also meant that there was not a lot of prior consultation, so then they had to scramble to understand what was happening and then to step up. When it comes to the Strait of Hormuz, it was Keir Starmer, the UK Prime Minister, who took the leadership role here, and he said, we have to bring together a coalition of countries which is able collectively to make sure that the principle of free shipping, of free travel on our seas, UNCLOS, is upheld. And obviously that means with the United States together discussing the what, the where and the when of the mission. But this is about practical support. It is about, when you take my country, the Netherlands, announcing yesterday, it will probably be about mine hunters, it will be about frigates, it will be about radar technology. And so each country is now looking for what they can do to contribute to this, to make sure that the Strait of Hormuz stays open. Of course, it is early days. There's only, as you said, right, it's 2 days into the ceasefire, so we have to see what happens with the shipping lanes as we now go forward day by day. And I know the president is very keen on making sure that the sea lanes are open as soon as possible. But this is practical support. One, with the campaign itself, and now in the next stage, to make sure that this principle of free shipping is maintained. And this is why we have allies, coalitions. This is not only NATO nations, this is including Japan, Korea, Australia being part of this. Countries like Bahrain and the UAE in the Gulf, part of this, but of course the overwhelming amount of countries is from NATO.
Mm-hmm. There are reports that the president's considering pulling U.S. troops out of specific NATO countries as punishment for those that have not stepped up to support U.S. efforts in Iran. Traditionally, U.S. force presence in Europe is thought of as a deterrence asset. What is your assessment of what the impact would be if U.S. troops are repositioned?
Well, again, as I said, he was disappointed yesterday, but we also had a very frank and open discussion amongst friends. But generally, I mean, totally understand that over time, the US wants more and more to pivot towards the Indo-Pacific. This is one of the reasons why in Europe we have to step up. End that period of codependence and become more interdependent with the United States. Within the alliance, a stronger Europe and a stronger NATO, as I said. What is important, of course, over time when you achieve that point is to make sure that whilst the Europeans are stepping up and the US is over time making sure that they can also take care of the threats in the Indo-Pacific and of course here in their own hemisphere, that it's done in a way where when it comes to the essential capabilities and essential support, that we stay strong as an alliance. But everybody agrees with that. There's no debate on that.
You've just published your new annual report, and it contains, unlike many annual reports, some genuinely historic news that now all not a criticism, NATO annual reports. Every organization annual report often are not real page turners, but this one has
photographs with the leader.
Exactly. Real news that every member of the alliance is now meeting the 2% defense spending target. European allies and Canada increased defense spending by 20% in a single year. But as you said in your remarks, what matters most is translating that capital into capabilities. What's the path forward? What are you watching out for in terms of whether that spending surge actually produces the stronger alliance we need?
And these are staggering numbers. Right? So you have to imagine that countries like Belgium, like Spain, Italy and Canada, big economies, were not on 2%. They all reached the 2% in one go. And I would argue, without President Trump, I'm not sure they would have done that in only 9 to 12 months. This is billions and billions extra. For Italy, it is an increase of defense spending of 10 billion in 1 year. And then the whole of the alliance having committed to the 5% at the summit in The Hague. So we need the credible path to get there. So not just simmering around to 2% and then in 2034 all of a sudden we go from 2 to 5. No, it has to be a credible path. This is one of the things we will look for in Ankara. Ankara will focus primarily on industry, industrial production. But of course we will also celebrate these good numbers, but also make sure that as an alliance collectively we reach that credible path. The good thing is, and this was under my predecessor, Jens Stoltenberg, that when you had the Welsh defense pledge of 2%, this was a bit taken from the air, the 2%. Now, this 5%, including the 3.5% core defense spending, the 1.5% defense-related spending, is deeply rooted in the plans which are there, basically saying when Article 5 would be triggered, hopefully never, but if it would ever be triggered, and there is an attack on NATO territory, who will do what, when and where, and what is needed. So every country, my country, the Netherlands, Germany, everybody knows this is the list of requirements from NATO. And that list of requirements, when you add it all up together, in the core defense spending, the 3.5, overall spending 5%, that's about the number you need. A little bit more in some cases, a little bit less, but it is hovering around the 3.5, for example, when it comes to the core defense, and 5 for the overall defense. So every country knows what they need to do. So it's not just spending more. The problem is the defense industrial production. And that's a problem here in the United States. It is a problem in Europe. Look, shipbuilding in the United States, but also in Europe, an issue. The Chinese have now more ships sailing than the United States have sailing. And we know that the Chinese are heavily investing in their defense. And of course, we look for Russia when it comes to our adversaries. But let's also be watchful what China is doing. So for all these reasons, there is this big issue of the defense industrial production. And I predict that over time, you will see parts of our industry, maybe in the US, but maybe sooner even in Europe, will move into more of a wartime mindset. Not to prepare for war, but to make sure that you are able to refill the stockpiles, also making use of the traditional industrial base, not only of the defense industrial base. Because we are really in a tight race here, and we have to get this right very soon.
When it comes to that industrial cooperation across the transatlantic alliance, moving, as you said in your remarks, from unhealthy codependency to partnership, what does that look like? What in particular, speaking to an American audience, primarily we have lots of defense industry CEOs and executives in the room as well. What do you need to see from the American industrial base in order to build that healthy partnership that you're looking for, either from industry partners or from the U.S. government side?
Well, first of all, produce more. Put in the extra shifts, put in the extra production lines, where necessary, build the new factories. Please don't talk about 10-year contracts, because you know in the US system you have a 1-year cycle, in the European system you have an election cycle of 3 or 4 years. But the money is there. I mean, you just mentioned the 20% increase. Look what Europeans are spending in the US. It was 10 billion in 2020. It was already 43 billion in 2024. Buying from Europe into the US industrial base, and that will massively increase, let alone what the US will need for itself to buy, given the huge increase of the defense budget here in the United States under Trump's leadership. So do this, and then secondly, work together. And I know there are many examples of US companies investing in Europe, setting up factories, for example, factories in the southern part of Bavaria to produce interceptors. And there are many of these examples, but also European companies like Thales, like Leonardo, so many cases. I mean, many companies from Turkey, for example, investing in the US, working together. So there is this transatlantic defense industrial base. And there is no way you can separate that. There's absolutely no way, because the only one who will benefit from that is Russia in the short term and China in the longer term, and we cannot have that.
I'm going to come to questions from our audience here in the next couple of minutes, but to round out my questions to start, let's turn to Ukraine. 2 questions on Ukraine. Number one, General Petraeus, retired U.S. General Petraeus, has said in an interview earlier this week that he thinks Russia no longer has the upper hand, that over the last several months the Ukrainians have made greater incremental gains than the Russians. Do you agree with that assessment? Is Ukraine winning the war? And number 2, you've been engaged with President Zelensky, President Trump, on the peace process in Ukraine. Again, without betraying confidences, what gives you hope, and where are you worried about the future of the war in Ukraine?
Well, on the first question, I'm afraid my view will be a bit more nuanced. It's true that Russia is losing massive amounts of people each month, up to a month with 30,000 to 35,000 people dead or seriously wounded. Can you imagine? I mean, the Soviets in the 1980s lost under 20,000 in 10 years in Afghanistan, and now they're losing this in 3 weeks. So this is massive, and this cannot, and this has to reach somehow Moscow and St. Petersburg. You cannot try to contain this to the parts of Russia which will not be reached by the general media. So that will have an impact on Russia, no doubt. But on the other hand, still overall, the front line is moving in the wrong direction, extremely slowly, and again against extreme costs. And the Ukrainians are staunchly defending themselves, and they are using the latest technology. I mentioned in my introduction the drone technology, and this gives them immense power, of course. And also when it comes to drones and anti-drones, they really have the upper hand on that part. But more generally, you still see very slowly that the movement is in the wrong direction, if you are pro-Ukraine like I am, and anti-Russian. When it comes to the second question, I still think we need a settlement for this, a peace deal. And this is what President Trump is driving. He broke the deadlock with Putin last year by getting engaged with him. Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner are working around the clock together with Marco Rubio to get this done. And we all understand that the key to unlock this is for Ukraine to know that after a peace deal, NATO membership not being on the table for now, that there will be security guarantees in place so strong that they know that the Russians will not try to attack again. And early January in Paris, under President Macron's leadership, we had a meeting with all the countries part of the coalition of the willing, including the key interlocutors with the United States. We agreed on a 3-layer approach. Layer 1 is the Ukrainian armed forces. They have to be the strongest possible, with huge investments from Europe and the US to make sure they can defend themselves. Second layer being the coalition of the willing, so that's primarily Europe, but also some non-European nations. And the third layer being the United States providing the backstop to that coalition. And that is a very strong package of security guarantees. And this is key to unlock the debate on what is somehow the landing ground for a peace deal. But of course, you need two to play tango. Also, Putin has to play ball, and of course, this is also testing him, how serious he is in getting this done. Mm-hmm.
There's an argument that the U.S. military footprint in in Europe is misaligned to the current threat thinking beyond Ukraine as well. We have with us today Washington Post columnist Mark Thiessen, who has argued in columns for years that the threat from Moscow is moving east and U.S. force presence should move with it. What's your view? Is NATO's eastern flank vulnerable, and should we have more allied forces positioned in places like Romania?
Well, of course, what again on my predecessor Jens Stoltenberg happened is that in all the countries of the eastern flank we have now what we in NATO parlor now call the forward land forces. And these are multi-country forces helping to defend, for example, Latvia, where it is Canada taking the lead, Estonia, where the UK is taking the lead, Poland, where the US is taking the lead, and Lithuania, where my country, the Netherlands, is active under leadership of Germany. So this is one way to make sure that all these countries on the eastern flank have, in addition to their own national armed forces, and of course the overall NATO Article 5 protection, that they have what they need to defend themselves. And of course you always have to make use of your resources, which are always limited, in the best possible way. So this is a debate we constantly are having. Where should you deploy? What is the best way to do that? I leave that primarily to the military, and we have, by the way, with Alexis Krinkovich, call sign Grinch, the new Supreme Allied Commander Europe and also commander of the US forces in Europe, we have an amazing senior commander, a 4-star general, who is constantly with his team assessing what is the best way to make use of all the resources available from the US, from Europe, to protect the continent.
Last question for me before we go to the audience. Let's end by talking about our namesake. You invoked President Reagan in your remarks. You've done so in Europe. You've done so in your meetings with President Trump. You said you were raised with Ronald Reagan in a sense. What does President Reagan's legacy mean to you? And in particular, with all of the challenges facing NATO, what principle or what idea from President Reagan should we remember? What's most important?
The total clarity of focus from the day he entered into office till he left the presidency in 1988 and handed over to Bush, to Herbert Walker Bush, who then took that legacy and in the end saw the Berlin Wall coming down. That leadership, first of all, total clarity of focus, which is we have to win the Cold War, end it by winning it. There's no other way. And he knew that in Maggie Thatcher he had the best possible ally in Europe, in the United Kingdom, that special relationship, which is so important to the alliance and to the whole transatlantic community. And it was Maggie Thatcher at that time was rebuilding her country. Don't forget that in the 1970s, the UK was run by the trade unions, more or less. And she was able, fighting the coal miners' union, getting the Falklands back from the Argentina junta in 1982. She was a staunch leader. And these two leaders, deeply understanding the value of democracy, of freedom, that power, I think, has brought us so far. So, but also there is the legacy of the diplomacy. When Bush, when the Berlin Wall came down, it was Bush who understood that he could not celebrate that. And he got criticized for that here in the United States. Why don't you celebrate the fact that you, thanks to your leadership and the president preceding you, President Reagan's leadership, you brought down the Berlin Wall. He understood that for Gorbachev to survive at that important moment, he could not celebrate that too overtly. And it is also that type of leadership. And I really admire also Bush. But first of all, Ronald Reagan, and of course there are so many funny stories about that relationship, but I will make use of that in the lunch. But how Maggie Thatcher would hand back herself into the Oval Office, and the whole of the American administration telling the president, you've got to say no to the prime minister. Yes, I will. You've got to say no. Hello, Ronnie. Let's first have a meeting one-on-one. And then she went to the Oval Office, sat for an hour, they came out, and of course he had agreed with everything the Prime Minister wanted. And his staff said, but you would say no to the Prime Minister. You cannot say no to Maggie. And this is also the sweet part of that relationship. And we are all better off for the fact that these two remarkable leaders were taking charge of the world in the 1980s.
We are.
Yeah.
Let's turn to our audience. We have some microphones here for those that have questions. Let's start in the back here, and then we'll come up here.
Alina Shirazi from Daily Mail. So based on your conversation with the president yesterday, do you think that he is still going to stay in NATO since you know him so well? And second of all, do you still consider him daddy after yesterday?
Well, on the daddy thing, this is a language problem. What happened is the following. I have to explain to you, because it follows me a little bit. I can assure you. No, we had a sort of pre-summit meeting, the president and I, in June in The Hague. And he had been very angry that day with Iran and with Israel. This was in June last year. And in Dutch, you would say, hey, the translation of your father is daddy. And I would say, I said, hey, yeah, sometimes daddy has to be angry. So I was not calling him my daddy, but saying, but of course, daddy has also a special connotation. And I now have to live with this the rest of my life. And I own it, and the president owns it, because he brought out T-shirts, he made a movie, Daddy is Home, and he returned to the United States. This was so funny. And this is why I like him so much. But, hey, yeah, you make mistakes. And this is when you are not a native speaker. Sorry for that. No, again, as I said, the conversation was really open. It was really between friends, but there is really also clearly his disappointment.
Just up front here.
Ah, good morning. The former ambassador of Italy to the alliance.
Thank you for your remarks, and you mentioned the UK initiative to bring together European forces and other forces to ensure the safety of the Straits. And as Secretary General of NATO, considering that NATO has important presences in the Middle East, from Jordan to Kuwait to even Iraq, do you see that there could be a role that NATO can play as a coordinating force, also to show the added value to President Trump that is asking for that, and considering also that the next summit will be in Ankara, which is clearly a strategic play in that region. How do you see that playing out? Thank you.
I would argue let's do it step by step, so but with speed. And the step now being taken is for this coalition of now 34 countries who gathered together at the military level last Tuesday to start doing the detailed planning for what this Hormuz mission could be. I think that's step one. If NATO can help, obviously NATO is there. There's no reason not to be helpful. Obviously we will, if that's helpful. But I think we have to do it step by step, because also in NATO that requires then an agreement between all the allies to do that. And I think here the exact structure is less important than the speed. Here I would say it is speed over perfection. But again, if NATO can play a role, it would be great.
In the back here. Brad.
Mr. Secretary General, thank you for your remarks and your leadership. Really appreciate it. At our think tank, Foundation for Defense of Democracies, our Center on Military and Political Power, we've been researching how China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea are cooperating. Based on your role, I'm wondering if you could speak in more depth about how Russia and Iran are cooperating and how that's increasing the capabilities of both Russia with respect to Eastern Europe and Ukraine, and also Iran in the Middle East. Thank you, sir.
They're absolutely cooperating. I mean, North Korea, China, Iran, Belarus, and Russia are working together when it comes to this war of aggression against Ukraine, and particularly when it comes to Iran and Russia, it is drone technology. It is other military technology, and the Russians are returning with money, and the money is being spent for Iran to create the utter chaos. They are the main exporter of chaos in the Middle East, through their proxies, but also directly trying to build this ballistic missile capability and the nuclear capability. We have seen these missiles going into US property about 4,000 kilometers, so 2,500 miles away from Iran. So that is quite a distance, which shows you that Iran is close to really having operationalized that technology. And again, that's the reason why I think it is so important that the US has degraded those two capabilities, both nuclear and ballistic missiles. But it is technology into Russia, money from Russia to Iran.
Ambassador Markarova.
Thank you, former Ukraine's ambassador.
Yes,
thank you, Mark,
Good
for your
to see
excellent leadership and in NATO and before. But Thank you, Brett, for excellent question. Given that our enemies really cooperate together and they work together hand in hand, not just on Ukraine, but elsewhere, do you think Ukraine's capabilities, and there is no doubt that Ukraine's drone capabilities and others, is the answer to so many problems, not just in Ukraine, and the need to build this transatlantic bridge, Ukraine, Europe, the US, actually calls for renewed discussions on Ukraine's membership in NATO? And I know it's not on the table right now, but the preparation and everything that we actually can be strong in Ukraine can contribute to NATO as it can.
Yes, okay, so at the NATO summit in Washington, when NATO was celebrating the 75 years, there was an agreement on the irreversible path of Ukraine into NATO, but also the fact of the matter is that a couple of countries are holding back, including Germany and Slovakia, Hungary, the United States. So I don't think it is on the table right now. And that is, being a practical guy, but also President Zelensky being a practical man, we had to shift from NATO to what then? To make sure that the Russians will not attack after a long-term ceasefire, or even better, a peace deal. And that is this concept of the security guarantees which are now being discussed. Because I don't think it will be I will be able, or we will be able collectively to solve that NATO membership in the short term. I don't think it will happen politically. So I think that's the fair assessment. And when it comes to Ukraine's capabilities, we have a joint center in Poland, JTEC, where we take all the lessons from what you guys are learning through this terrible war. And we are so looking up with a steep angle to what you are doing. We're really impressed. But we are trying to capture all those lessons also to figure them into our NATO defense plans going forward. And particularly when it comes to drones and anti-drone technology, of course, you are the masters. Zelensky wisely traveled to the Middle East to help Middle Eastern Gulf countries now with dealing with the drone threat from Iran. So this is evidence of Ukraine really stepping up and also making use of its capacities now and capabilities, also when it comes to the region in the Middle East.
Let's go back to this side of the room in the back row, and we'll come to the middle.
Hi, Paul McCleary with Politico. Thanks for doing this.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. The Trump administration has spent the past year kind of telling NATO to stay out of the Middle East, stay out of the Indo-Pacific, focus on Europe, focus on Russia. Now it's demanding, as you said, that NATO help in Strait of Hormuz in the Middle East. Is that creating some whiplash there among allies about what exactly the administration is asking and how you can move quickly enough to meet their needs?
Well, I think the thinking also on the US side is constantly evolving when it comes, for example, to the Indo-Pacific. It is true that for some time there was an idea that you should focus more on your own area. And of course, it is always focus above synergy. So first, deal with your own issues, and NATO not being on 2% and now having to move to the 5%. And before all these decisions were taken, I totally accepted the US view that focus above synergy, first focus on your own problems. But now that we have solved some of those issues in the NATO summit, and now that the whole of alliance has reached this 2% threshold, so the foundation is now laid, what I also hear back in US circles and European circles is that most likely, if China would move against Taiwan, why not first call your junior partner in all of this, which is one Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin, residing in Moscow, and ask him to keep us busy here. So most likely it will not be limited, something in the Indo-Pacific to the Indo-Pacific. It will be a multi-theater issue. And that means that my chief of staff was in Japan just last week carrying messages. And I'm constantly in contact with the 4 partners in the Pacific. By the way, the distance between Japan and Australia is longer than between Japan and Brussels. But still, we see it as one theater in the Pacific, which tells you something about the size of the globe. But hey, this is important because we cannot look at these 2 theaters separately. They're always connected.
We have time for a couple more questions. Let's go in the back middle there.
Thank you. Morgan Phillips.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. There seems to be some differing views between the U.S. and Europe on what NATO's obligations are as it relates to the Iran conflict. After your meeting with President Trump, do you think the U.S. and Europe are on the same page about what NATO's obligations are?
Yeah, and it's not so much NATO, it is the allies. So first of all, it might be that NATO plays a role, like the Italian ambassador was just referring to, but I think it is what allies can expect from each other. And I think rightly the US was expecting that if you have deals with European countries on making use of your own bases and other infrastructure in those countries in case you need it, that then of course countries should live up to those commitments. And the good news is, hey, guess what? The most of them did. Not all of them, but most of them. And sometimes it took a little bit of time, but most of them did. Now, when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz, what we are seeing under the leadership of Keir Starmer and these 34 countries working closely with the US is of course a shared commitment and agreement that we cannot accept the strait to be closed. It has to be opening up, and when it is opened up, we have to keep it open. Because this is about free shipping, it's about the law of the sea, it is about free trade, etc. So big maritime nations like the UK, but also my own country, which is not that big, but as a maritime nation relevant in the Netherlands, but also I spoke to the Norwegian Prime Minister this morning on the phone, who is the fifth biggest maritime nation on earth. So that these nations come together, work together in this coalition to support this endeavor, I think is only logical.
And a final question, we'll go right there in the back.
Rinaldi, CBS News.
Good
Thank
morning.
you for being here.
Hi.
Can you shed any light on conversations you might have had with President Trump about Greenland? And would NATO be willing to give up Greenland to President Trump?
Well, here the President and I discussed very thoroughly the whole issue in Davos. And first of all, I share his view that there is a big risk that the Russians and the Chinese will become even more involved in the Arctic. Of course, the Arctic is at the moment 8 countries, 7 are part of NATO, 1 Russia not. And then there is China, which is a sort of honorary 9th Arctic country, because they are more and more involved there through Russia. So I think the President is right that we have to defend ourselves. So what we agreed in Davos is, one, that when it comes to the Arctic, NATO has to play a role here. And under General Klinkovich's leadership, we started Arctic Sentry, which is bringing together 5 of the NATO countries in the Arctic, plus, of course, all the other allies, and making sure that the Arctic stays safe, working closely with Canada and the US through NORAD, through NORSCOM, and this whole endeavor started late January and will help us to defend the Arctic, including Greenland, from this Russian and Chinese influence. So that is one part. The other part, of course, is that Denmark, Greenland and the US continue their bilateral, trilateral talks, focusing on, one, what happens if Greenland would in the future, maybe, yes, no, change its constitutional position within the Kingdom of Denmark. Would agreements then still be valid? I think a fair question to ask and to answer and to get an answer to. I think that's solvable. And secondly, how to prevent, when it comes to the Greenland economy, Russia and China getting access. So those conversations are ongoing.
Mr. Secretary General, as we wind down our conversation today, I want to close by finishing a quote that Dave began in his introductory remarks. It's from President Reagan from the 1988 address that he gave to the citizens of Western Europe. He began, as Dave said, the Atlantic Alliance is the core of America's foreign policy and America's own security. But he went on. Preservation of a peaceful, free, and democratic Europe is essential to the preservation of a free, peaceful, and democratic United States. If our fellow democracies are not secure, we cannot be secure. That is not simply a matter of treaty language. As important as treaty language is, it is an enduring reality. As enduring, President Reagan said, as the reality that a threat to the security of the state of Maine or New York or California is a threat to the security of all 50 American states. And then he said this, simply put, an attack on Munich is the same as an attack on Chicago. That's how President Reagan saw the NATO alliance. Mr. Secretary General, thank you for your work to preserve that alliance, and thank you for being with us here today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, that was pretty crazy. Nice. I was just paper trading here on TradingView, so that's what the squeaking noise is. What a run. It just hit TP3. on the 15-minute orb for the breakout. Like, this is crazy, man. What is this Shrek candle? This is insane. Wow. What a run. So, the 15-minute orb played out. It got TP1 to the downside. And then, guess what? The orb flipped. And it ran, like, massively. Oil dumped as well. Yacht acquired. Machine of Crypto, I saw you were up 20K at one point. I think that was, like, all the way down here. How much are you up right now? That is a crazy long, man. Just made 600 on 2 accounts each from that pump. Nice. You're up a lot. You're shaking right now. Don't give it away. That's all I'm going to say.
That was a crazy rip. I mean, if you were in it, great, but there was nobody even, there wasn't even anywhere to jump in.
Yeah. You kind of had to get in near that top of the range. After that, it was just short squeezing.
Yeah, I'm kind of bummed. I was in it and got out on that little pullback, and like I said, never got a chance to get back in.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty crazy play. If anybody played the 15-minute orb to the upside, good job. You know, TP1 is good enough. TP1's good enough, but if you ended up holding to TP3, good job, I guess. It's not gonna happen every day. 50K up on the hour on one long. Man, that's crazy. Yeah, be careful, Machine of Crypto. That is a lot of leverage to be up that much. Yeah, definitely would be wise to just lock out for the day or possibly the week or the month.
Go take the victory lap.
Yeah. But yeah, that bull flag on the 4-hour chart on the ES, whenever it started curling up, I was like, I don't know. Like whenever we had the New York session open, it was looking like it's gonna break out, but then it went for the fake out to the downside, and then it made the move. So pretty crazy. The NASDAQ swept a little bit, but the ES swept a lot for that previous high. The ES really pushed through.
Yeah, you got that little bit of consolidation under 68.30, and then it just took off.
Yeah. So if we're looking at key levels and whatnot, guys, if 25,200 holds on the NASDAQ, I think that 25,430 is the next level, pretty much. Let me just check the exact levels. So there's a box there that goes from about 375 to 490. That's a kind of a death box. Yeah, that's a little bit of a death box, but 430 is the middle of that box. Like I said, if it holds above 25,200, that's probably the next target. So 200 points to the upside. Not saying that's for today, but just in general, that's kind of the next target to go for.
Yeah, 68.90 is kind of a level for ES. It's kind of a pretty.
Is it 68.90? Looks like pretty much the middle of the consolidation range, right? Actually, not really, but it's the previous all-time high area.
Right.
Previous all-time high area, and then bottom for a couple others. Okay. Yeah, that might actually align with that NASDAQ level, by the way, too. Yeah, I think it aligns perfectly with that NASDAQ level. $68.90. Okay. Yeah, this thing's squeezing. It's crazy. Yeah, there was that divergence this morning where the S&P was holding so much better than the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ was just looking weak. But I guess this was why. The NASDAQ usually loves to fake. You were down 800, got it back almost break even. $1 short. Hey, nice job, nice recovery. Oh, TP levels. What I'm referring to is the risk to reward levels for the 15-minute opening range breakout strategy. That's what I'm talking about when I'm saying TP 1, 2, 3. Basically, if you take a trade right at the top of the range for that breakout, for example, top of the range for the trade, so that would be entering at 113. The middle of your range is 25,065. Let's just say 063 for ease of math. So 50 points of risk. TP1 would be 50 points above. TP2 would be 100 points above. TP3 would be 150 points above. So this hit TP3, meaning that if you entered at 25,113 or whatever that is right here, if you entered here with a stop loss of 50 points below, you hit a 1 to 3 risk to reward trade if you took it all the way up there. Thanks for answering. Isn't intraday drawdown terrible? It's not terrible if you are doing low size or smaller trades. It's not terrible at all. If you're doing larger size trades, or you know, either larger size wise or larger trades like distance or the amount of points, then end of day you probably want. But if you're trading small size, like end of day will not do anything for you. Hit the daily profit. Yeah, I hit the profit target for the TPT evals. So like there's no reason for me to trade them anymore. They're at the take profit. They need 2 more trading days. I'll just take 1 trade per day on each of them, and they're going to be funded. If you want a higher probability of not losing account, get out of day. See, that's the thing. If, like, I think if you're trading 2 micros, for example, 2 micros max, end of day will give you like a 5% higher likelihood of not blowing your accounts. It's like, it's not going to make any change really. If you're trading 2 minis on a 50K account, it's going to probably lower your likelihood by like 30 or 40%, maybe even 50%. You know what I'm saying? So if you look at it like at that size, end of day, the end of day account costs 20% more. So if it's decreasing your chance of blowing the account by like 40%, then the 20% pay increase is worth it. But if it's increasing your chance of not blowing by like only 5%, then it's not worth it.
Does anybody offer end of day only? I mean, I know even like take profit, the second stage is end of day until you make the buffer, right? No, the second stage is trailing until you make the buffer.
Yeah. My funded futures offers accounts that are end of day for both evaluation and funded. It's called their pro account. So you pay a premium for that. I think it's about a 50% premium, but you get end of day for both. People are saying Lucid offers it as well, but I thought Lucid offers it only after you get a buffer. ESNQ, why only 5% on intraday? I'm just saying 5%. Like, okay, here, check it out. Check it out. Because it's all math. If you're not good with math, it's going to be confusing to you. If you're good with math, this will be very simple. You have $2,000 of drawdown. If your maximum trade is 2 micros, and you're targeting like 50 points on a trade, max, and your risk is like 25 points, if you take a trade all the way up to 49.5 points and then let it go all the way back down to your stop loss, you just you went up in profit about $100 and then you lost $150. Okay? You have 2K of drawdown. That $150 only ate into your drawdown by 7.5%. That's intraday. Now, obviously, if you suck at trading and you keep losing trades, then eventually you'll blow your account. But the thing is, the intraday, it's only a problem when you're going up into profit and then going back into loss. So if you're trading small size, that up into profit, it's not going to be much at all. It's not enough. It's not meaningful enough for end of day to give you like an advantage. That's why I'm saying like the end of day account costs like 20% more than an intraday account, or like 25% more. Technically, maybe even 30% more, because I think the activation fee is more expensive too. So theoretically speaking, you probably have like a 5 or 10% maybe decrease in the chance of blowing your account, but you're paying like 30% premium for that. You understand? But if I'm trading like one mini, for example, and I'm trying to take like 50 points with 25 point stop, one mini, and I have 2K drawdown, guess what? If I go up to 49.5 points and then I let it go all the way back down to my drawdown, guess what? That's $1,500 off intraday. So for that, yes, you would want end of day. It all depends on your sizing. For that, you're probably like having an end of day will probably decrease your chances by over 50%, meaning that a premium of 30% for an end of day is worth it. This is all like hypothetical, but
yeah, you really have to understand what your normal drawdowns look like in your trading style.
Yeah, exactly.
Because I mean, I know for me, the intraday is tough because I get into stuff that takes a little bit of time to develop, and I get beat up on those. But
yeah, yeah. If you're holding for like big trades and your sizing's a little big, like the intraday will be a little difficult. But like for the way I usually trade, like intraday is 0 problem for me.
Israel has no high expectations.
Like it's a problem sometimes, but like 0 problem as in it's not worth it for me to pay the premium.
Yeah, like you said, it's all math.
Yeah. Top relaxing for beginners. How many contracts is safe? Well, no contracts is safe, but honestly, if you're a beginner, go with only 1 micro. If you're like legitimately a full-on beginner, like do not come into this thinking, man, I need to make a bunch of money right away. No, like come into it thinking, okay, I'm gonna try to like work on my statistics. I'm gonna try to take trades, and I'm gonna look every day and see what my win rate is, what my max drawdown was, whatever it is. And you try to get consistent. Just trade 1 micro. You're just practicing. If you come into it and you're like, you don't know what you're doing and you're just like, man, I'm going to make a bunch of money. Let's go. I'm going five minis per trade. You're going to blow a bunch of accounts you're probably not. You're small chance you're going to take a payout, and then if you do, like, the payout's not even going to pay for all the accounts you've blown. Takes forever, bro. 1 micro takes a year. Brother, I got 30 funded accounts in less than 2 weeks, trading like 2 micros max. It does not take that long. In your head, it might take long because like we want results quick. But it actually does not take that long. If you're going to try to go fast, you're going to blow accounts. That's just the reality of it.
Yeah, and you shouldn't be putting money out there, whether it's a micro or a eval account, if you haven't spent time in the simulator knowing what your stats are.
Yeah. And then Trayson's mentioning that's how Mango trades, and he gets payouts, more payouts than accounts that he blows. First of all, I don't know if he's profitable compared to what he does. But if he is profitable, either way, he's been doing it for a while. I'm talking about like somebody coming in first as a beginner. Somebody coming in first, guess what? If they're gonna trade like that, they're just gonna they're throwing their money to the wind, because you're not gonna learn anything trading like that. Like it's just gambling. Yeah, and 1 to 2 micros is far less stressful too. You can actually see it play out. You can play for bigger moves, all that stuff. How many free accounts do you get? Usually pretty much 0. I did have my funded futures give me some free accounts last week. Or not last week, like 3 weeks ago, sorry.
Again,
Couple weeks ago, whenever it was.
Yeah, the headline that Israel agreed to direct talks with Lebanon that will focus on disarming Hezbollah and establishing.
And I get giveaway accounts too at TPT.
Again, minutes after the announcement,
it's like
sirens sounded
it's not
across
worth it
northern
for me
Israel,
to take them.
And reports Hezbollah launched rockets over the border.
So I have to buy my own accounts. If they want aggressive and want to pass an eval in 1 day, then Apex is good to start. You can blow accounts as many as you want, pass as many as you want. Yeah, agreed. Yeah, if you want to speed up the process, yeah, Apex 1 day pass. You can definitely do it. Yeah, 3 to 5 minis. My funded futures gave out like 10 accounts to every streamer 1 to 3 weeks ago. I heard it was to promote that they are cooking something new in terms of accounts. What?
That's according
I didn't
to
get
Fox
10
News
accounts.
Again, just after the announcement, sirens sounded across northern
That's
Israel.
it. I'm about
Hezbollah
to
launch rockets over the border.
I'm about to rage. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I didn't get 10 accounts. Wow, that's messed up, dude. No, I'm in a Discord group, let's see, with like a bunch of the different streamers and creators and whatnot. A bunch of them you guys probably know. You probably know like all of them. I'm probably like the smallest one in there. But yeah. That's funny. Are you sure they got accounts? Because I mean, I don't know. Maybe I just have to ask them. Either way, I'll take free accounts. Why are you on paper trading? Are you going to expose me, Jorgete? Are you going to expose me for paper trading right now? This is based on subs, so higher sub, game win. Yeah, it makes sense. Lorenzo, what's up, man? A guy I know trades the orb, buys shorts. The close of the 5-minute that breaks with the stop on the opposite orb takes the T1 profit and made 8K last month using 1 to 2 contracts. Yeah, you were talking about that. Honestly, I'm going to test that strategy with Asia open. I'm going to test that strat. Well, not that strategy specifically, but pretty much that thought process.
The oil chart is ugly.
Yeah, it dumped quite a bit. But yeah, trading pennies. So for the Asia Open, I am going to start forward testing the. I'm calling it on the spreadsheet. I mentioned it this morning. So I'm calling the regular orb strategy the half range orb, and then the other one the 15-minute orb full range. So I'm going to be testing the full range
From
and
Mr.
the
Rack,
half
he
range.
says Hormuz safe passage is possible via guidelines.
Which, man, honestly, I'd probably need to do TP2. Never mind. I'm going to do this TP4, TP5 plus. It's kind of exciting for me to be testing these strategies, though. It's like you're trying to find an edge, you know? And if you can get a mathematical edge, like, why not print money with it? I'm just on here live with you guys every day, so I end up trading intraday, and it's like, man, I honestly don't have an edge for intraday. I really don't.
Yeah, I agree with you on that testing stuff. I think that's fun. I mean, I'm sitting here, I've got the market replay on Ninja, and it's just it's a toy.
Yeah. It's exciting for me because it's like, man, I'm like,
13
I love
on
finance. I love like all
They
that
say
stuff.
that Netanyahu
I love
will
math.
reduce the pace of fighting in Lebanon.
And like trying to find like an edge in here is I don't know, it's rewarding.
Iraqi to Lavrov says the US should stop the war in Lebanon and in all areas. Just repeating what's been said before, but just Iraqi to Russia's Foreign Minister Lavrov.
Yeah. Yeah, this is fun. I gotta do the math though correctly on expected value for the full orb. Expected value. Oh, I know what I'm doing. So 50. Okay, there we go. I got my expected value now. So I'm just adjusting my spreadsheet here, guys. 250. There we go. A week of the month, good call on the bull flag, didn't believe it. Yeah. Yeah, like right when it started breaking out, I was like, I don't know, it's either faking or it's gonna run pretty hard. And ended up squeezing pretty heavily. Do you have any limit to the number of trades per day? Not really, no. Apex intraday, it's good if you want to pass 1 to 2 days, either blowing or passing it. Because once you pass the eval, it will be end of day anyways. The funded is not end of day, just so you know, SVJ. If you get an intraday apex eval, the funded is not end of day, it's still intraday. It's intraday until you get your buffer.
Correspondent reporting that launch
unless I'm completely wrong right now and they changed it.
Galilee.
But I'm pretty sure you need the buffer for it to become end of day. Dairies Trader, yay, how shorts are so free and readable, but longs are so I hope it works and then it blows up. Yeah, I mean, it's because we're kind of in a news market right now. The market's moving insanely. I don't think this is like typical. Because that was a short squeeze. That wasn't just like a regular run-up, just so you know. That was a definite short squeeze. A regular run-up would be like what it's doing right now. Right now we're creating a little bit of a bull flag. You know, like the sellers are trying to sell it off. The buyers are buying. It's slowly creating this wedge, and then it breaks out to a new high, and then it consolidates again, makes a bull flag, it goes to a new high. What we saw during that like NATO stuff, that was kind of a short squeeze. Like the sellers were not able to do it. Like sellers had to close their positions, and they were just buying. They were market buying to close their positions. It's only for eval. Once you pass it, the eval on intraday, they will move it to end of day. You have 1K loss each, it'll stop you. Okay. Okay, got it. Phasia, can you elaborate on this for Apex? One-time fee, no rebill. Eval active for 30 days. Will expire after 30 days. No lease, no resets. Okay, I will elaborate. You buy an account for $20. You pass. You pass it. You pay the activation fee. That's it. You now have a funded account that costs you nothing more, and you try to work on payouts with it. It's got no expiration. You don't have to do nothing. But yes, you need to pass within 30 days the eval. Any chance of a short scalp on the ES? I mean, yeah, probably. I wouldn't be really looking for shorts here, but maybe you could scalp one, yeah. Anyways, I'm pretty excited to forward test the orb strategy. I kind of wish I had the 15-minute orb full range back tested. I wish I had it back tested. I'm kind of tempted to maybe start testing the full range for the New York Open. And I kind of want to remove the breakout breakdown backtest. It's like it's profitable, it's positive EV, but I don't really want to keep backtesting it. It's annoying. As of right now, so I might actually delete it. Here, for the people on the Google Drive, I'm going to, let me just upload this version here before I start messing it up. Let's see, the Trade Titan Google Drive. Strategy backtesting. Replace. Okay, I'm gonna just rename this to historical backtesting. Or I'm just gonna put 15 minute orb. Hold. There. And I'm gonna start making changes to the spreadsheet. So if any of you guys want the old one, it's on there, and I'm gonna keep it on there. But I think I'm gonna change how I do backtesting now. Just get a direct funded account and follow Pasha's strategy. You'll get payout within 2 to 3 weeks. Follow the one that's actually backtested, not what I do intraday, because I keep screwing up intraday. May use a close below the orb as stop.
So according to
Otherwise, the
AFP,
midpoint and
just
other
reporting what's already been said
opposite
here,
orb
that
level.
Lebanon wants a ceasefire before discussions with Israel.
Anyways, I think I'm going to remove my the 5-minute breakdown signal backtesting from my current working one, and I'm gonna start forward testing the 15-minute orb, the half range, and full range. So half range, and then this one, making full range. I'm going to start forward testing this. I'm not going to back test this 11 months manually because my head's going to explode.
Whereas for Mr. Arakchi says, if the US wishes to crater its economy by letting Netanyahu kill diplomacy, that would ultimately be its choice. Adding that we think that would be dumb, but we're prepared for it.
Okay.
So split EU commissioner for Mediterranean condemns Israeli strikes on Lebanon, calls for ceasefire. CBA volatility index down 1 point at about 20.04.
that guy told me about, that quant crawler, just added an AI optimizer for the orb that backtests all variables. Dang. Huh.
Israeli Channel 14, quoting Defense Minister, says that the army will not withdraw from southern Israel without guaranteeing the security of northern Israeli residents. Excuse me, so there's probably a mistranslation there. So Israel Defense Minister says Israel won't withdraw from southern Lebanon without ensuring the security of northern Israeli residents.
Okay. I'm just fixing up this spreadsheet, guys, sorry. Going like OCD level. Like I want to do it before I forget.
Lebanese official speaking to Al Jazeera says the Lebanese delegation will consist of 3 people and will not be subject to sectarian distribution.
All right, we're set up to start forward testing the full orb for New York session as well. So I'm going to be doing that. I'm going to be doing that for Asia Open, as well as New York session. There we go. Imaginary trades. Are we taking some imaginary trades? Okay. Let's take an imaginary trade then. I think we short on the retest here. Stop of 20. We go for 40, so 51. We should go for 1 to 3. Right there.
Fed bids for 30-year notes total $3.9 billion. IDF say they suspected hostile UAV enters northern Israel.
What's the Asia time I'm looking at? I'm basically just, I'm not going to look at like exchange opens or anything like that. I'm just going to do right when the futures market opens. So what is that? 6 p.m. Eastern, right? Yeah, 6 p.m. Eastern. And I'll be live streaming that too every single day, just for like 30 minutes or however long it takes me to take a trade. I'll be taking TP1 every day. So it'll be like anywhere from like a 20-minute stream to maybe an hour stream. But I'll just be basically forward testing with the spreadsheet and taking the trades. Like last night we did it. Took a 15-point trade based on the orb of the futures market open. It was successful, so.
CNN, quoting an Israeli official, says there will be no ceasefire in Lebanon and talks will
Nice,
take
Revenant.
place under bombardment.
Yeah, Revenant, sometimes like your strategy, nothing comes up, so I admire the discipline for you not to take a trade when your trade requirements aren't seen. I definitely admire that. Yeah, I'm basically going to call it Asia Session Orb because I want to see, and I'm gonna call it like it's gonna be basically London and in Asia and all of it. That's what I want to backtest. Basically, I want to backtest to see what that futures open range, how that impacts
$163 billion.
movement overnight. That's basically what I want to see. I want to see what the average risk to reward would be if I took a trade, because like I can't really trade Asia session. I can't really trade London session. Like I need to be at home with the family. I need to be sleeping, you know, all that stuff. But if I can find an edge with that first 15 minutes of the futures market opening and seeing some kind of edge there mathematically, where maybe like a 1-to-1 risk to reward trade or 1-to-2 or 1-to-5 plays out and it has a really good expected value, I'm going to do that. Yeah. No, that's smart, Revenant. Kudos, brother. See if we get a bounce here on the 21 EMA. Oil's starting to curl up a little bit.
Yeah, the last news headlines haven't been all that great either.
Was it? Yeah, I wasn't paying attention to it. There will be no ceasefire in Lebanon. Discussions will take place under bombardment. What the heck? That's apparently Israeli official.
Yeah, hard to get excited about that one.
Wow. I like had to double take that because I was like, I wasn't sure if I was reading that correctly, but I am. That's nuts. Wow. Dude, that's like, how do you even take that? Discussions will take
Just a heads
place
up
under
from
bombardment.
Ayatollah
How do you
Mustafa
even take
Khamenei,
that?
says that important issues related to third imposed war will be
I know, you
published
just
in
picture
an
him
hour.
sitting in a tent with bombs
So
going
an
off
hour from now,
around
which
him.
will make it 1:49.
Well, I mean, like,
48.
that statement right there, it seems like it's like, yeah, you're not, like, you're getting destroyed. Like, there's, like, it's like a sarcastic statement. Discussions will take place under bombardment.
We'll talk about it, but
you're getting bombed while we're talking. Like, I see the strategic approach. I talked about it yesterday. Like a ceasefire. A ceasefire is very bad for the attacker or the person that has the upper hand. It's bad for them. It's very good for the one getting destroyed.
yeah, it sort of makes you believe that, I don't know. It sort of makes you believe Israel doesn't think they've got the upper hand there.
I mean, the thing is, like, they have the upper hand. So, like, why would they need to do a ceasefire, you know? But if you end up giving them a ceasefire, they regroup and all this stuff, like, you could take unnecessary damage for giving them the leeway, basically.
Yeah, I suppose.
Obviously, it's kind of crappy talking about it in, like, well, we live in a civilized society, but that's just the reality of it. Okay. Here we go. We're in our imaginary short trade, 1 to 3 risk to reward.
When he
Let's
said
see what
that
happens.
important
Not
issues
financial
related to
advice.
third imposed war
This may be
will
completely wrong
published in
because
an
it's
hour,
bouncing off the
relating
21
that to
EMA right
current
now.
conflict
It
that's
could just
going
go
on.
right back up. I think shorting an uptrend is very, very stupid. But let's see. We're doing imaginary trades. You know why? Because we're pretending
The US 30
to lose
bond
money
auction,
instead of
the
actually
US
losing
looking to sell
money.
$22 billion
We're
in
paper
30-year bond
trading.
reopening. Prior
And
high
we're going to
yield
have a
of 4.8
course,
some odd cent, prior
$5,000
beta cover of 2.45.
to teach you how to do it.
Just take a look at some research here from JP Morgan. They say, given backdrop of stronger long-end demand and somewhat more supportive valuations and technicals, they see the auction as being digested smoothly. Latest CFTC positioning data shows speculators were net short 31.6k classic bond futures and net short 268k ultra bond
Oil's
futures.
back to dumping.
Possible sources of covering demand.
By the way, if this trade plays out, let's just pretend that that was 100 minis that I shorted and I made up $1 million. Well, not $1 million, but let's just pretend like I made Ferrari money. And then we could put that into like the testimonials on the course. You guys down? If this trade plays out. If it doesn't play out, like, we'll just forget about it, you know? We can forget about these ones over here, these imaginary ones. Look at this. Bottom tick, stop out. Stop out right here. On the imaginary trades. Wrong direction. Stop out. Look at this. 1, 2, 3 trades failed. Imaginary trades. Imagine if I was trading actual money right now. I would have been down so much.
You were We're starting to talk like those other YouTubers now.
Yeah, like if this fake trade works out, all we gotta do is just like edit the clip of me like yelling and screaming or whatever. Be like, yes, we just took a massive $100,000 trade. We're buying the next Ferrari, boys. Buy my course for $5,000, please. So that then I can buy the Ferrari and say that it was actually true.
Complete with the AI video of you dancing around the Ferrari.
Wait, is that actually a thing?
Oh, without a doubt, you can do that.
Okay, I'm down. You want the course? All right, let's go. We got our first buyer. You can rent it out, Pasha. What if I'm not even rich enough to rent a Ferrari? What if I have like $200 in my bank account? I think renting a Ferrari costs like $3K. But real talk, I actually did have the thought cross my mind of like, if we were to hypothetically ever buy a supercar, it would have to like financially make sense. And like renting it out, you could do it, but like looking into it a little bit, I realized that it would be way too much liability, and probably the margins wouldn't be that great. Like, cause you can buy like a used Ferrari, like a decent one, for like under 200,000. And if you were to rent it out, you could probably rent it out for like 2K a day. But insurance on that would be crazy. The liability would be crazy. And realistically, like how many days a year would you even be able to rent it out?
I think that's a business that has a worse failure rate than day trading.
Probably, yeah. So that would be like the only way I would ever actually buy like an expensive car, is if it would make sense like that. And as of right now, it does not make sense. It does not make sense at all. What is the current fake trade right now? If it plays out, we are short 100 minis, targeting 60 points with 20 points of risk. Or wait, how much risk do I have? Oh, I have 30 points of risk.
Nikkei, Japan to tighten restrictions on metal and plastic waste exports.
30 points of risk for 60 points of... Wait, this is only a 1 to 2? This is only 1 to 2 risk to reward. Okay, let's make it 1 to 3. Just for the fun of it. There. Targeting 25, 100. 1 to 3. Pasha Porsche. If I got really, really rich, maybe I would buy a Porsche. Maybe. But honestly, like, the Tesla is like good enough. The Tesla is like pretty expensive. And it's like comfortable and everything. Don't say if, say when. I mean, like I don't know if I would even want to. That's the thing. GT3 RS. Because it's like, man, when you buy like a cool car, it's such a liability. Like there's nothing good about it. Like I actually like the Tesla because I save money on insurance compared to, I had a 2018 WRX. I sold it, got a Tesla. With the Tesla, I have cheaper insurance. I probably save on, you know, the mileage, gas versus electricity. And it's very comfortable and very safe.
It's a perfectly fine appliance.
Yeah, exactly. It's a rolling refrigerator. But like, I don't know.
1 minute to go until we get the one issued.
Like cars are legitimately just a waste of money, especially when you get cars that do more. That you're getting more than just transportation.
Non-Iranian oil tanker crossed the Strait of Hormuz for the first time since the ceasefire.
Like, I was thinking maybe to potentially buy like a Rolex, not because of like standing there saying, "Oh, I have a Rolex," but because of the potential investment opportunity with it. Because I was looking at it's called the Rolex Index, I think. Let me show it to you guys. The Rolex Index.
Well, that's the argument for some sports cars too, right? Is that they
yeah.
tend to...
But then, like, you're not driving it, you know? It's sitting in the garage.
4.871%.
Here's the Rolex Index, guys. So back in 2022, Rolexes were crazy overvalued. Back here in the beginning of last year, I remember I was looking at this chart. Here's the max of the chart. I was looking at this chart. I was like, dang, it might be like a perfect time to buy Rolex. Since then, it's gone up about 10%. So I still like, I feel like if there's a time to buy a Rolex, I feel like it's now. It would have been better early 2025, but that's like one of those things which that I feel like is a decent investment, just to diversify. And then like a car, like a classic or some kind of cool car or whatever, would be maybe good as an investment. But the thing about a car is you kind of have to think about the square footage for storage, the potential value of that, the cost of maintenance and all of those things, and apply all of that and see like, okay, how much does this appreciate? Does it actually beat inflation? And if it does, by how much? And does that cover all the other costs and theoretical costs like storage space, square foot? It doesn't seem as good. A Rolex, it's like less than 1 square foot. You put it somewhere. That's it. And I think it appreciates better.
Surely expecting the rest of the 30-year auction data.
How much is gas in Washington? I think it's like $5 a gallon. I don't know. I don't really pay attention. Like $5.30 or something. Is that what you tell your wife? You need a Rolex because it's an investment? Well, I'd probably never wear it. That's the thing. If I did buy one,
4.876%.
Just like put it in a safe.
Over the US selling $22 billion in 30-year bonds.
Maybe
and
some
awarding
sort of
15.44% of bids at high. Primary dealers take 11.62%.
Yeah, I try to
direct
make the argument that a Porsche is
24.23%,
an
and
appreciating
indirect
asset to the wife to go for
64.14%.
You said that the Porsche is an appreciating asset?
She didn't buy
it.
Still working on it, though.
Yeah. I actually wonder, let's see, Porsche 911 GT3 RS cost, 5-year cost of ownership. 5-year cost to own. Let's see what it is. Here, Edmunds. Okay, this is a used 2023 Porsche 911 cost to own. $97,000.
Channel 13 quoting
20K of
an
that is
Israeli official
depreciation.
saying we will reduce our operations in Lebanon in the coming days
12K
due
is
to
financing.
US pressure.
So if you remove financing, the cost to own for 5 years, Porsche 911 2023 would be about $85,000. That's actually not terrible, by the way. It's not terrible. Most cars are probably like 40K over 5 years, so it's pretty much double.
How does that factor in? And that's because 20,000 of depreciation. So what are you spending the other 60 on?
Fuel, insurance, all that stuff. It's just cost to own, not like as an investment, but just cost to own as a car. Like whenever I buy a car, I usually look up the 5-year cost to own. So the Tesla Model Y was not terrible. The depreciation's really high, but the insurance and fuel costs basically even it out. Some of the best lowest price cost to own cars are things like a Toyota Tacoma, a 4Runner. I don't know if Priuses are.
Seeing the yield on 30-year US Treasury bond pairing
But
decline
Hondas
after
are
the
probably
auction,
really good.
down
Things
about
like
1
that.
basis point.
Wouldn't you just lease it if you spent the money on a car like that? A lease is pretty much like the same price. A lease, what you're doing is you're just paying down the depreciation. So it'd be like the same thing. Up to 25K for brakes with high-end brakes. Wait, what? Really? That is crazy. What the heck? 25K for brakes? No way.
The carbon ceramics on Porsches run that much. They're crazy.
Are you
You're gonna have to change
serious?
them that often. Yeah. Yeah, if you track the car, you're gonna have to change them a lot. But if you're just driving around, you don't have to change them all that often. But yeah, they're crazy expensive.
Carbon ceramic, 25K. Brother, that is crazy.
It's the advantage you have with the Tesla too, is there's virtually no maintenance.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, the cost to own for 5 years for model, like, let's see, Model Y 5-year cost to own. It's not that bad. So true cost to own is 60K. 34K of that is depreciation. So 8K of that is financing. So if you remove financing, 52K cost to own for the Model Y. But I look at the, by the way, our fake trade just failed. But I look at the safety of it. So it's like, I think it's 85% less likely or something like that to get in a car accident. So I look at the safety aspect. I'm like, okay, I think it's worth it to pay a little more. But like, let's see. Like a Honda Civic.
The fake trade failed, so you can't get the fake Porsche now?
Yeah.
Or fake Ferrari?
Yeah, I can't get it. So 2025 Honda Civic, 36K true cost to own. If you remove financing, it's 31K cost to own. So pretty big difference. Oh, and that's like a sport 4-door sedan or something. Let me see. Oh, I guess that's their lowest. Anyways, if you get a car that costs you like 5K or less per year to own, that like you're doing a good job. Really good job. A BMW costs you $1,700 for the front and $1,400 for rear for brakes. Dude, this is crazy. Cars are so expensive. I think I'm gonna buy a horse. Just kidding. Horses are probably even more expensive. Don't have to feed it so much.
Go buy a mechanics course.
Civic is like McDonald's, always safe to have. I used a Accord that's only 5 years old. Is the most cost-effective car you can get because it was taken care of. If it was taken care of, it won't need anything besides brake, tires, oil change. Yeah. What about a donkey? If you're a person who never actually has the title to your car, you may as well lease. Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
What do you think? We're gonna get new highs here?
It kind of looks like it, to be honest, yeah. ES, I think, just made new highs.
That's 68.90.
Oh, wait,
within
68's almost there. Yeah, the 68.90's coming up, yeah. But yeah, ES has been so much stronger today. You're in an Amish country? Could give me a buggy? Man, living is expensive. Owning cars is expensive. Everything's expensive, man. Golfing's expensive. Man, I'm like looking outside. It looks so nice. I'm like, man, golf course probably so nice right now. So Israeli officials said they'll ease operations in Lebanon because of U.S. pressure. Really? So they're going like back and forth on what they're saying then? Because an Israeli official just 20 minutes ago said there's not going to be a ceasefire. Basically threatened them. Like, we're only going to discuss while you're getting bombarded. And now they're saying they're going to ease their operations.
Yeah, it sounds like one of those depends on who you ask sort of things.
Yeah. Yeah, because it says Israeli official, so... I mean, that's kind of not a good sign if it's two different officials and they're kind of saying different stories. That's not good.
You think?
It's like, oh, yeah, I wonder which one's which. I wish Financial Juice actually posted who said it. Yeah, imagine Hegseth saying one thing, then Levitt saying another thing, not on the same page. It's so bad. Well, you should have longed at the 21 EMA, guys, with 100 minis, because you would be able to afford a Porsche 911 GTRS or whatever. Free eggs for life, good investment. What, getting chickens?
According to Al Haddad, citing an official source, negotiations between Lebanon and Israel will be held next Tuesday in the U.S.
Drive a 1996 Subaru
confirmation
manual. 11 years with you. Nice. Yeah, I like Subarus. Like, I had the WRX. My dad had it. I had an Outback. They were cool. We've got a Tesla and a 4Runner right now. The 4Runner's nice. We don't have a Ferrari, though. I guess that's next, after we release the 5K course. Just kidding, guys. I'm probably, like, overkilling that joke.
So it's adding to an earlier headline from Axios that said first meeting between Israel and Lebanon will happen in the State Department of the U.S. Now, just Al Haddad citing a source that negotiations between both the nations will happen Tuesday.
Tuesday negotiations. How much offer on Apex end of day accounts using your code? I think it's like 25 bucks
Trump's
for
NBC says he's optimistic Iran peace deal
50K.
is within reach.
Get a 72 Coupe de Ville. Yeah, freedom from money is definitely super important, Radomir. Agreed. Look up costs for a 1973 Super Beetle. 1973 Super Beetle costs to own. Some cars won't be on here. Let's see, cost to own. It's probably not going to be on here.
So this is NBC citing
Oh.
a phone interview with Trump.
Wait, there actually is?
From the NBC article says that Trump said Iran leaders talk much differently when you're at the meeting than when they do to the press. They're much more reasonable.
Okay, so you can buy one for 10K.
Trump says that they're agreeing to all things that they have to agree to. Remember, they've been conquered. They have no military.
I don't know how much it costs to own, though.
Trump said to NBC, if they don't make a deal, it's going to be very painful.
Okay, Trump's saying some stuff here right as ES is about to break out. I guess he's live with NBC right now. Or maybe not. Oh, it's just an article that got posted. Okay. Man, this is like such a crazy push up. I'm still shocked. We were just at 23K. How many days ago? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 days. 7 days
Also
ago.
NBC, just
We were
uh,
at 23K.
confirming with Trump
Below
the
that
conversation
even.
he had with Netanyahu about de-escalating or sizing down
No,
the
it's
attacks
crazy,
on
right?
Lebanon.
All the targets we were
that
looking
didn't
at were
happen.
the downside because it was just going to continue to sell off.
So specifically, Trump said to NBC that I spoke with Bibi and he's going to low key it. I just think we have to be sort of a little more low key.
Trump just used the word low key. That's funny. Said I spoke to BB. We got to keep it more low key or something like that. Oh man. Or I guess low key is not that. It's probably a lower or an older word. Just started getting used more often recently again. Never mind. I guess it was pretty popular in the 2000s. Is ES gonna keep squeezing here, guys? It's crazy that we ran up 2,300 points within 1.5 weeks. That's so crazy. That's so crazy. What the heck? That's 10%. Man, that's a 10% run in 1.5 weeks. But like honestly, I think we're gonna continue dumping most likely. Most likely gonna continue dumping at some point when after the good news ends and we're just like back to an economy that everybody's worried about. back to uncertainty and all that stuff.
Yeah, the economic data hasn't been great. And you're right. I mean, we've kind of forgotten all about that because we're all happy that we're not bombing people. But
yeah,
eventually that's going to come back to the forefront.
I'm honestly going to have to watch some FX Evolution videos and see, because he pulls up data from different spots. I don't know where exactly, but he kind of pulls data and tries to see whether or not like stuff is retail investors or institutional investors that are buying or selling.
S&P 500 seems
So,
further movements towards the upside here. Again, this is
it'd
just
be
off the back
interesting
of
to
the
see
early
if
headlines we had
this
from
dip buying
Netanyahu
is retail
saying that the Lebanon seeks
or
direct talks in Israel
institutional, and like
agrees,
who's really getting
and you also
squeezed here,
had
you know?
early headlines that Trump requested
Is this
Netanyahu
without
ease
a doubt
bombing
the
in
2,000
Lebanon to
point
make
move to the
negotiations
upside?
with Iran a success.
Without a doubt, that's
And now
a
these
crazy
NBC
short squeeze.
headlines
There's a
adding
lot of
to
people that were shorting that
that
got
he's optimistic.
blown
that
up.
Trump's
You know,
optimistic that
I
Iran
just don't
is
know if
closer
it was
within reach,
mostly retail or mostly institutions, because institutions
and that
they
Trump
kind of
said
got
that
wrecked whenever
Netanyahu told him that he'd low-key it.
the market dropped when tariffs got released. FX Evolution covered that, and apparently it was mostly retail
Brent
buying
crude
that
futures
dip,
reverse gains,
and
dropping below
institutions came in
$95
late.
a
So I
barrel.
wonder if it's retail going on this dip again, and institutions are late, or if retail actually went super bearish and institutions are now ripping their shorts. Either way, somebody's getting ripped with this big move up the past couple weeks.
I mean, that is the one thing with the move too. I mean, it hasn't been on huge volumes. I mean, there's been big volume candles, but just overall throughout the day, it just hasn't felt like, you know, there's just a ton of new money flowing in.
Yeah, true. I mean, yeah.
I mean, clearly there is from the amount that we moved, but it's not like, yeah, like somebody on the chat mentioned earlier, how the downdrafts still feel easier than the up moves. And
well, it's almost always like that, because whenever sellers come in, the moves to the downside are a lot quicker. So that's normal.
I think that's normal when the market is still skewed to the downside, right? I mean, if we're in a, hey, buy every dip sort of mode, then your updrafts are the ones that feel easier, right? Because that's where there's always new money looking to come in. It just doesn't feel like we're there yet.
Well, I think in a regular uptrend, like the pullbacks are quick. That's usually how it is, because there's the saying, bulls take the stairs, bears take the elevator.
International citing Fars News Agency,
It's not only talking about,
the
you know, a bear
IRGC,
market
cited
versus
an
bull
informed
market.
source saying that the IRGC,
Because like it's
with the
actually a
Islamic
little bit of
Republic,
the
rules out
opposite.
negotiations with the US
Whenever you're
and keeps Strait of
whenever
Hormuz
you're in a bear market and
closed
overall
until a full
the
ceasefire
market's
is
selling
established in
off,
Lebanon.
the bounces are way more violent than the drops sometimes when it's like controlled selling. And like the same thing for when it's controlled buying, the drops are more violent than the upswings. The thing that we've been seeing recently is not regular controlled buying. It's legitimately just short squeezing. So there's not like the volume, I guess, like you're saying, it doesn't seem like the volume's coming in where it's just like crazy. But I think it's more of like people are on more of a bearish side, because we were seeing on the fear and greed index, we're at extreme fear. The put to call ratio is super high, and then all of a sudden we got some news where people are just like, oh, I guess war's over, everything's great now. And you know, all the people that were short, which probably majority retail, are getting squeezed out now. And now is like a point where it's like, if it goes higher, you kind of have to target all-time highs almost, right? Because like it's like a break. It's gonna be a break of structure if it goes higher. But imagine if that's like the fake out. You get the consolidation up here, and you get retail to be like, okay, we're actually not bearish anymore. We just went like negative our house on the short. Let's long and try to make it back. and then you get the squeeze of the longs to the downside. Either way, this move is crazy to the upside, like very crazy.
Yeah, part of it is the fact we never got sort of that capitulation trade at the bottom, right? Which you always like to see to kind of shake out the weekend and say, okay, well, now we can move higher. I mean, this was just kind of a, okay, well, here's the news candle, and suddenly we're talking that the whole market shifted.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we didn't hit capitulation, to be honest. I think you're right. Because, like, the sell-off just started. That's why I'm still, like, thinking this probably dead cat bounce. Like, even if it squeezes up to 26K, I honestly don't think we hit all-time highs. If we do, then this is the like, this is one for the record books. Like, honestly, for this market, it's one for the record books, because this is like the craziest market movement. I think I don't even know in the history of the market, the stock market, maybe over 100 years, this might be the craziest movement we've seen.
Yeah, definitely on the upside, it's been bizarre.
Yeah.
The move down made sense, right? I mean, it was a nice, orderly, you could see the waves. I mean, it just kind of drifted down like it was supposed to.
Yeah. Yeah, the controlled sell-off was good, and then until those last couple of days, you did start getting a little bit of panic selling. Like near that 23K level, mid 23K. You did start seeing a little panic selling, which, like, you know, it's normal to see a bounce, which we did see.
From that point of view. So
continuation would have been the most likely scenario, but it just squeezed up.
Negotiating with Washington till a complete ceasefire is established in Lebanon, and strongly asserted this position. Also, the source speaking to Fars News says one of the operational options on the table is to keep the Strait of Hormuz closed.
Okay, so let's take an imaginary trade. So NQ just made a lower high. ES made a higher high. A little bit of divergence there. And we got a little bit of news. Let's see how many points is this? 20-point risk. Let's go for 80 points. Okay, there we go. We're on our fake trade. Let's go. Be right back. Let's see the retracement. There is potential of a double top here, but I won't really hope for it. But since we're in a fake trade, why not? Why not go for a 150 pointer? Why not? Here we go. Let's make back all of our losses on the fake trades, guys.
Ferrari's still out there.
Yeah, we definitely don't need to trade when we don't know what the heck's going on. So, Trimakasi, you're right. That's exactly why I'm sticking to fake trades.
I'm going to drop out of the live data and go do some testing on that ES orb on back days.
Heck yeah. Take care, Jacques. Enjoy the day as well. Take care. Let's see if the 21 EMA breaks here. I wish there was like an easy way to backtest intraday patterns and have it set up easy where I could you know, have like almost robotic, you know, like yay or nay for trades. I just don't have that for intraday. So I really got to be careful protecting capital.
Oh, where it can test it for you?
Well, not really testing for me, but like knowing something. You know, like some people use RSI, for example. When RSI is over 70, you know, they look for shorts. When it's under 30, they look for longs, whatever it is, you know. Like that's like kind of like one of those things, you know, for intraday. Having some kind of indicator, some kind of pattern that you can be like, okay, this is intraday. If this is happening, I want to be doing this. And like actually having whatever pattern or whatever it is be profitable. Not just like, well, I watched a YouTube video and this happens and this guy took a trade, so I'm going to try to do this intraday. You know, I actually want to have like math to back it. And like forward testing would be fine. It just like I would have to find something that actually is feasible, you know.
Have you ever looked at the Ikimochu cloud stuff?
I've heard of it. I have not looked into it.
It's not a bad system because it gives you kind of what you're talking about. It gives you at least a set of parameters of where, you know, if you're in a certain range, you're looking for these types of trades, and it does have some signals and stops built in. I haven't spent a ton of time trying to actually trade it, but I do think it looks interesting.
It's basically like it's like a green cloud underneath, right? And then it's a red cloud above.
Yeah, and it's I mean, if you look at those, they're different period moving indicators that they shift different directions on the chart, because there's I think 3 different moving averages and that are shifted, and then 2 that are kind of real time, and it's the interplay of those that you're trying to use for signals.
That makes sense, yeah. I mean, honestly, one that I feel like has been pretty successful is the 5-minute 9 and 21 EMA moving averages. Anytime they cross, you take in the direction of the cross. I have
So it was
noticed that's like, and that's
expected
like
to
a pretty
be
old school, like a lot of people have
48
used
past,
it
but
for a while.
it's coming out now.
But I feel like that one's a good one for intraday. But you're pretty limited to the amount of trades you could take on it too.
Yeah, and that's the thing on the cloud. I mean, in fact, I think the 90 EMA is one of the ones that it uses the non-shifted, but I mean, I know on that one you don't get a ton of trades, but they tend to be pretty high quality entries from what I've seen.
Yeah.
And I haven't tested it, but I've seen some testing online that was done.
It's Mujtaba Khomeini just saying that Iran is the definitive victor in the war.
Definitely
today,
more of an art
and up
than
to
a
this
science,
point in the epic of the third sacred defense, it can boldly be said that you, the heroic nation of Iran, have been the definitive victor in this arena.
Baby Pasha indicator was highly accurate. Yeah. Yeah, before when I was trading at home on the live stream, anytime the baby would cry, I would be like, oh, that's a bearish
Iran's
indicator.
Supreme Leader
Anytime he
says
sapped
Iran
it,
is
it's
not
bullish.
seeking war, but will not forfeit its rights.
Are you going to develop a less discretionary trading style? I honestly feel like I have to, because it's when I'm trading fully discretionary, I make a lot of bad trades. I feel like I gauge the market decently, but then, like, you know, when I take a couple bad trades, I end up not gauging the market very well and end up making worse trades. But like right here, whenever we, we hit the orb TP1, after that, when this pushed up here, I was saying like the 5-minute EMAs are crossing. So that green candle came up. We had the bullish cross. You know, it's hard to say where to entry, but I guess ideally your entry would be on that 9 EMA. And then after that, it didn't even touch it. Maybe on the 21 EMA, I guess. Like ultimately, man, this once we got this bullish crossover, once it came down here, this was the entry. Obviously, hindsight 2020, because sometimes the market ranges, and then that doesn't work. But risk to reward wise, whenever this was happening, maybe even on this pullback, the entry was perfect, and then the crossover is just confirmation to hold long, you know? And like maybe you take off almost all of your position, near the high in case it does range. And then you hold runners. I guess you could do it a bunch of different ways.
OpenAI says they're introducing a new $100 per month pro tier.
If it will be something, it can be coded. It will be already exploited. Ideally, the cross is the entry.
Also,
the pullback
Iran's
is an add point.
Ayatollah Mujtaba Khomeini says it should not be assumed that the announcement of negotiations with the enemy means that the presence in the streets is not necessary.
Chimakasi, honestly, like for what you're saying right there, if it's something that can be coded, it will already be exploited. I think that's incorrect. Like I see what you're saying there. It's going to be exploited, as in a lot of people will be doing it. But the thing about that is there are a lot of things that are profitable. The thing that makes it unprofitable is us. But yeah, if you do find an edge in the market and a lot more people that try to use it or try to do it, like, yeah, it'll probably be less profitable. And maybe in some point become unprofitable. I don't know.
Yeah, but really, I mean, you're not looking to become an algo trader, right? I mean,
yeah.
You're looking for something that helps inform your already educated market decisions, right?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
I mean, I think that's what we're all trying to do.
Yeah. Like, without a doubt, like, people will build algos one way or the other. Look at that, we just got stopped out of our imaginary trade. Oh no. Top tick stop out?
Iran's Khomeini reiterates
On the
seeking
imaginary
compensation
trade?
for war damages.
The market maker knows where my stop loss is, man. He's hunting me. He's hunting my imaginary trades. Look at this.
It's the imaginary market maker.
Yeah.
You're playing in his sandbox.
I do think it's kind of interesting though, like legitimately when I took these imaginary trades down here, it actually like wicked me out just perfectly. It's like a lot of these algos,
adds that we're
I think
still awaiting
especially on
appropriate
things like
reaction from our
NASDAQ,
southern
they'll
neighbors
sweep those levels,
so
man.
that we can show
We're
you
just
our
like
brotherhood.
where the majority of people would put their stop loss, it sweeps it. It's so funny. And then like the trade a lot of times will actually play out. Pasha, are you setting a new record? A new record of what? Yeah, because everyone's using them for stops, exactly. Like sometimes I remember having a thought to potentially
a new stage in managing the Hormuz Strait.
Do something in managing the Hormuz Strait. I was actually thinking, like, imagine you like think of a trade, right? I remember thinking about this like a couple months ago. Like, I'm sure a lot of people have thought about this, but you think about a trade that you want to take and you don't take it, and you actually put your trade on the spot where your stop loss would be, and you actually enter there, and that's the trade you take. So like right here, instead of entering at 227, you enter at 254, where the stop loss would be. And you take the trade from there. Imagine if we did that for these imaginary trades right here. It would have been bottom tick entry. And then on this trade right here, we actually wouldn't have gotten stopped out.
Iran's Khomeini says, "We did not seek war, we do not seek it."
Reverse psychology. Yeah, exactly. Those kinds of trades probably are like a very high profit factor. But they don't always happen, obviously.
Yeah, there have been days that I wish I had a mechanism to say I'm going to trade this and have it take exactly the opposite position.
See, like right here, literally the psychological level, like where I put my stop loss.
Iran will seek retribution for
just
attacks
popped
on
up in there a little bit, and then coming right back down.
Into a new phase.
Like this would have been a good trade right here. That's 25 points, or no, 20 points.
Israeli broadcaster quoting an official says Lebanon must dismiss Hezbollah ministers from the government as a confidence-building measure.
But yeah, the market's stagnating quite a bit up here. I honestly think we're going to see quite a bit of retracement. It's really stagnating up here. The ES right here on the right, it made another high barely. Stagnating. I don't think it's going to have much more upside. Your strategy is just to not place a stop loss. I traded like that before. You want to put your trade where others put their stops. Yeah. It will go down, question mark,
Iran's
down
Supreme
or
Leader
up?
Khamenei says Iran
No,
is
I
resolute
honestly
in
don't
taking
know.
revenge
But
for its late
I
Supreme
think that
Leader
it's slowing
and his
down quite a
martyrs.
bit. I think it might get a bit of retracement. I wouldn't be surprised if we get a pullback to VWAP. Why would you sell this? I mean, I'm not selling anything. I'm making fake trades. Make sure to clip this and expose me as a faker, because I'm making fake trades right now. Paper trading. Not even paper trading. I'm drawing on a chart and pretending it's a trade. Why the fake trades? Just because I already hit my max profit on the day. So I can't really trade unless I buy a new account. Either way, I'm not very confident in this market structure, I guess. Even fake trades are risky, exactly. My heart rate goes up. I think I might go get some lunch real quick. Fuel up. While the market's not doing anything. What's my max profit? It was just 3K on each account, so I'm at 53K on all the accounts. So since I hit the profit target, like there's no reason for me to trade anymore. These are the Take Profit Trader 50K accounts. It's not that it's the max allowed by the firm. I just hit the profit target for the for passing the accounts. That's all. Bricks, nice, man. Yeah, honestly, in like price action like this, there's no need to really trade it. Unless you see something in the charts right now, they're like, oh, I'm thinking this and this is gonna happen. It looks like it's playing out, take the trade. But if you legitimately don't know what's going on, like you definitely don't have to take the trade. You don't have to do anything. You can go chill.
Or you can take your 2 trades and then go back test an orb strategy.
Yeah, exactly.
Lebanon's Hezbollah lawmaker Ali Fayyad says group rejects direct negotiations with Israel. Hezbollah lawmaker says the Lebanese government should demand ceasefire as precondition before any further steps. The IDF says more areas in Israel may come under fire from Lebanon.
Wait, my funded futures is doing a 50%. Wait, let me check this. 50% pro account, 50% off. Oh, it's 50% off for new users. It's 30% off for regular. Okay, guys, if you have not used my funded futures, this is a really good deal. For a 50K pro account for new users, let me see here. I don't know if you can buy multiple. For new users, there's $114 pro account.
From Lebanon.
It's 50% off right now on my funded futures only for new users. That's a super good deal. If you guys remember me talking about this account, by the way, that's no activation fee, no nothing. So that's the all-in cost. It's end of day drawdown for the eval and for the funded account. And you have no payout restrictions. You're allowed to take up to 100K in payouts on this before they take you live. Like force you to live. They'll probably make you go live before that. Guys, that is cheaper than an Apex end of day. And it's better rules. So if you don't have an account with them, $117, absolute best. Only for new users, I unfortunately can't get it. That's the pro. Once you're funded, they don't have a subscription fee now. Just pass it in under 30 days. But that is, yeah. Man, I like halfway don't like that they're making these only for the new users, but like, I think they only make it for new users because they actually lose money on these accounts overall if they were to open it to everybody.
That's just a little bit more than TPT.
Iran Supreme Leader.
Yeah, but the rules for this are better. It's end of day for the funded as well. TPT's intraday.
Yeah, no, completely agree.
Yeah. The code's Pasha. What's the total cost with activation fee? That's the total cost is $114. So existing users is 30% off, but for new users it's 50% off, making it $114. That's really good. They just posted it and to me in the Discord. Dude, like, I want them to give me that sale so I can load up, because it's just like, man. I'm actually gonna message. I'm messaging the guy that just sent me that. I'm about to tell y'all exactly what I tell him. Dude, can I get this deal to get 5 accounts, please?
So it's a bit further detail from Israeli army in regards to Hezbollah. They say Hezbollah is preparing to carry out attacks in the coming hours that will extend beyond the northern border.
Ask him on for a discount on bulk purchase of accounts. Tell him you have YouTube subs 25K, that you're about to promote it. You don't have any understanding of what My Funded Futures is? It's just a proprietary firm. They're just running that promo. It's actually really good for the account type. Basically, like, yeah, if they ever run it, like, if I see Apex running a sale that's crazy, TPT running a sale that's crazy, or My Funded Futures or whoever, like, I try to share with you guys. This one is really, really good for that account type, especially for those of y'all that want end of day, both for eval and for funded. They have that right now. Anyways, I sent him a message. I just said, dude, can I get that deal, please? Gosh darn it. Give me the deal. Man, look at that stop out on the fake trade, though. Legitimately just comes up, taps me out, and goes back down. Anyways. Is there buffer on the funded / pass account? Yeah. Like every single prop firm, you'll have to have a buffer. But the difference with this one is it's end of day. Apex is still 90% off, 10 hours left. Yes, Apex is 90% off, but Apex is actually more expensive than this offer. That's why I'm sharing it with y'all, because I know Apex is still 90% off. It's still a good deal, but they're running the 50% off the Pro right now for new users, and the all-in cost is actually cheaper, and it has better rules. You can take same-day payouts with this one. You can't take same-day payouts with Apex. I'm pretty sure for the 50K end-of-day account, you're going to pay like $130 with Apex. With this one, you're paying $114. Apex, you have payout limits. This one, you do not. Apex, you take payout once every 5 days. This one, you can take every day. Anyways, hopefully it gives me something. Give me a deal on that if they're trying to run it. Yeah, I've honestly bought so many accounts from them. Code was for the rapid plan, though. No, the code works for all the plans. Like, whenever you use my code, it's going to give you the best discount you can get. But the 50% is for the Pro. I don't think they have 50% for the rapid right now. Isn't Apex one-time funded fee for lifetime? Yeah, all of them are. Apex is lifetime, My Funded Futures is lifetime, TPT is lifetime, they're all lifetime. It's not working for you, only gives 20. Oh, the 45%. Got it. If you're not getting the 50%, that's because I guess you're not marked as a new user. So it's only new users. Pasha need to get in with Lucid. I joined their Discord. I'm gonna try to. Okay, I'm just gonna say, hey brother, I've got 500 plus viewers right now on YouTube Live. Can we partner? Might as well shoot the shot. Oh, my message got deleted instantly. I just did @ and I got instantly deleted. Oh well. Anyways, the fake trade.
Netanyahu says
Still
we're
waiting.
continuing to strike Hezbollah with force. Also, Netanyahu says negotiations with Lebanon aim to disarm Hezbollah and achieve lasting peace.
You've never used it? They're pretty good. They're one of the big 5. Do you have a discount for
Netanyahu
Top
says
Step?
we
I
won't
don't
stop until
know.
northern Israel is secure.
What firm are we talking about here? I missed it. I'm talking about My Funded Futures. Their pro account is having a really good sale specifically for new users. So if you're not a new user, it's 30% off. But for new users, it's actually really good.
It's a reminder with the headline that we saw earlier on from CNN citing Israeli official who said that there will be no ceasefire in Lebanon. Discussions will take place under bombardment. And now you have Netanyahu who says we won't stop until northern Israel is secure. We're continuing to strike Hezbollah with force.
Taya, I do have the news on right now, yeah.
Just keep an eye on the markets here. The S&P 500 just starting to see a tiny bit of downside movement. Did see a little bit of movement towards the upside as Netanyahu speaks here. So Netanyahu says there is no ceasefire in Lebanon.
Okay, 21 EMA is failing. Potential lower high here.
And seeing some further downside movement on the S&P 500 post Netanyahu's comments.
Okay, let's see. Changed your stop loss and got stopped out, then it ran. Dude, I mean, look. Like it literally tapped our stop loss and then it's going now. You see that? The imaginary trade got top ticked out.
further downside movements here now. S&P and further upside movement on
Imagine
the
if
dollar
you
index.
entered short at the stop loss area. Did you forget that new Apex, you can only have 6 payouts? But it's 6 payouts and then they possibly transition you to a live. Are you sure they actually close?
Netanyahu says that we intend to reach more.
My funded futures is good until you compare it to TPT, then it's no bueno. They're actually pretty comparable, brother. So TPT is the best because of the commission structure and all of that, or the commission for the whatever it's called for the contracts. It's like the same commission whether you trade micros or minis, and the commission is like less than like all the other prop firms. So like you have a higher chance of, you know, being profitable and whatnot. But it's 80% profit split.
S&P 500 and NASDAQ 100 index pairing gains now.
And it's like,
Netanyahu's
it's
comments.
not as flexible as some of the other prop firms. But I agree. I love TPT the most. TPT is my fave. But my funded futures, I think, is a close second right now. For sure. And guess what? The 50% off of a pro account is, it's pretty much the same price as a TPT account, but it's better. Their pro accounts specifically are better than all the TPT accounts. Apex soft bans you after 6 payouts. Okay. Where do you guys see real-time news? I'm using Financial Juice to get that.
According to Semaphore News, shipping through the Strait of Hormuz stalled further despite a ceasefire in the Iran war, underscoring an emboldened Tehran's growing control over the critical waterway. According to
Yeah, I've
Semaphore.
seen the commission, Justin, on my funded futures. It is higher, yeah. Like, if you're scalping, like a tiny bit, if you're scalping like 5 points at a time, yeah, it's gonna suck. Bi-weekly payouts, not great. My funded futures is daily payout. I'm pretty sure. It's daily payout. Same with TPT. Like I said, TPT is my favorite. TPT definitely my favorite. But my funded futures, they're pretty much the same. Like, they're there. They're kind of there. They have a little bit more flexibility than TPT. You know, TPT's like it's like TPT's like the hamburger, you know? The hamburger with cheese. Cheeseburger. It's like you'll eat it. It's good. It'll take care of your hunger. But then my funded futures, it's the hamburger with cheese, lettuce, maybe a little ketchup, mayo, mustard, whatever you like. You can customize it a little bit. Will you maybe have a little bit of a bathroom problem if you customize it in the wrong way? Yeah. Have you tried Lucid? I haven't yet. I'm trying to get partnered with them, but they ain't letting me. Okay, let's just pretend, guys, because we have to fake that we just made like $100 million on this one trade. Let's just pretend my stop loss was actually up here. Okay, let's just play pretend. So, with this new stop loss that we adjusted, 30-point stop loss, 27-point stop loss. For 150 points. Basically 1 to 5. Are you seeing delayed on Financial Juice Voice? I'm not seeing delayed, no. Pasha, what country do you live in? I live in the United States of America. Oh, you're looking at Pro, it's bi-weekly, but Rapid is daily? Oh, is it really? My bad. Wait, let me see. Oh, that's for the first payout. Okay, my bad. My bad. It's not bi-weekly, but there is a waiting period for the first payout. Never mind. But it's daily after that, I'm pretty sure.
Morning, Pasha.
Yeah, that's probably to prevent the big gamblers from getting in there. What's up, man?
Any trades today or what?
Yeah, we took an orb trade this morning.
Nice.
Got to profit target.
Perfect.
Did you trade anything today?
Yeah, I ended up making on my Lucid, so the direct Lucid account that I bought, the 50K, I ended up making 180 on it. And then on my other Lucid, the main one, ended up going long early in the morning and got like 400 out of that one. Just one
Nice.
mini though, something quick and easy. So I was like, okay. Just got on my computer now. Let's see what happens. I just saw the news. Israel no ceasefire or something.
Yeah, some or another.
Yeah, they're always doing something, aren't they?
Get both sides of that headline every 30 minutes or so, it seems like. They will have a ceasefire, they won't have a ceasefire, they're talking, they're not talking.
I know. I wish I had a big cosmic excavator, just like dig up that one area of the world and just be like, okay, you guys sit on the moon for a bit, figure it out, come back when you guys figure it out.
Yeah, big global timeout.
Right, exactly. Just a chunk missing out of Earth. But it's cosmically just perfect. Just make a big pipeline from the moon to Earth so we can still get your guys' oil.
Netanyahu says, I've signed 4 peace agreements with Arab nations and I intend to move forward towards a genuine peace from a position of strength.
Oh, nice, Benjamin. Congrats. Let's go.
3 minis short right now, dog. Let's do
Okay.
it, Benjamin. 3 minis short.
Dude,
right
I'm short 100 minis right now.
Let's do it.
On a fake trade. But I say not. If it works out, we're talking 150 points on this fake trade for a Lamborghini Ferrari combo.
Reminder, he's referring to the Abraham Accords series joint normalization agreements that was signed in 2020.
I just want a
between Israel,
get a
the
Tacoma?
UAE, Bahrain, Sudan, and Morocco.
Oh, dude, the new Tacoma is so sick.
Yeah, but how much is it though after everything?
It's like 60K.
120,000?
No, for the I just saw one at the dealership. It's like it's got like everything on it. It was like 65K.
Oh man, yeah, I'm good. Back then, the most expensive truck was 65K. Pasha, of Tacoma was what 30, 35K.
But a Tacoma is the best truck.
I know, but
what are you gonna compare it to? A Ford Raptor? That piece of junk?
Nothing's worth it no more. It ain't worth it. 60K for a truck now? Come on.
Well, let me see what the Toyota Tacoma 5-year cost to own. Let's see. True cost to own. It's only 50K cost to own, bro. 13K depreciation. That's it. Dude, this is cheaper to own than my Tesla and the... Wait, I don't think it's cheaper to own than a 4Runner. But 50K cost to own for 5 years, bro, that's good. That's 30% more than a Honda Civic.
Yeah, true. Maybe though. We'll see. 33K.
Bro, I'm about to get affiliated with Toyota, bro. Trying to talk you into buy a Tacoma.
Oh man. No, I'm good.
I actually really want to buy one, no joke.
Trump is considering.
I saw one on the lot at the dealership. I was like, oh man, that thing looks sick.
Wall Street Journal piece that was talking about
I'm
Trump
over cars and
moving
and
around
now. They're not for me. It's not worth it though because it's like they're so overpriced for the one that you want, like the color you want, the packages.
Bro,
and it's just
you
like,
go to Five Guys Burgers and Fries, you get a
on
burger and
removing
fries for
troops has been
15
made.
bucks. Tell me about overpriced, bro.
Trump is angry. NATO has not helped with the reformers
I make food at
or
home.
Greenland annexation.
Rice and vegetables. At this point.
That's the way to go, I guess.
Yep. Ain't got money like that.
Lynette said, Mango's like, back in my day, trucks were $25,000 from the dealership.
I'm 27, Lynette. I'm not that old. I mean, I am.
Yeah, but for the people that are like 18 in the chat or 19 or something, they're like, oh, Mango, this old dude coming in, talking about back in my day.
Fair enough. Right. I mean, to be honest, don't get me wrong, I want like a truck or something, but
I feel like 65K isn't bad for a Tacoma.
No, that's terrible. That's terrible.
That's like with everything on it, everything.
Yeah, but that's still terrible, Pasha. What do you mean 65? See, this is the reason.
Bro, 65K is nothing, bro.
I don't know, Pasha. I don't know.
Bro,
I don't know.
you made like 2K yesterday. You just gotta get 30 days like that. That's it. You buy it for cash.
You changed, Pasha. You changed.
What?
60K inexpensive.
What do you mean?
I don't know, man.
You just said you made 2K yesterday, bro. Easy money.
I know, easy money, but I ain't trying to spend 60K on a truck though. I'd rather weld a truck frame, put a random engine and transmission in there, a little portable solar fan in there, and then be like.
No, honestly, yeah. Like something that you can get yourself and make it your own. Like you can get it for so much cheaper.
It's not crypto. It's not the 15-second chart no more. It's the 5-second chart that I'm after.
It's gonna be worth 30K in 2 years. I doubt it. The thing is, like, I mean, we had a lot of inflation with COVID, man. We had a lot of inflation.
See, here's the thing though. With COVID, corporations and companies, they found out, oh look,
So
we can
according
inflate the
to
prices
Israeli N12
ridiculously,
reporter
and
here,
people will pay. And
so
guess
in
what?
regards to
After since
coalition in
then,
Israel, the
it's the
coalition
same thing.
loses
It's like the
2
houses.
seats in favor of Bennett.
Yeah.
They're only after
and
the
I bought a
property
house
tax.
for
Houses-
470K, bro.
Majority want to
Tell me
continue
about
fighting
it.
Hezbollah.
Yep. And it's like a lot of houses are built out of cardboard now, like especially the mass-produced ones. And it's just like they're not
You're right, bro.
houses no more. You don't have a backyard. You don't have a front yard. You don't have like grass like we used to have. And it's not everything is the same. I'm not saying everything should be awesome and perfect, but the amount of how expensive America has gotten is insane. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? A lot of people are only 1 to 2 paychecks away from being on the street. Literally.
Yeah.
And it sucks. And it's a very bad thing. And it's just like that's not good. I mean, people
Yeah, honestly, the
high.
crazy thing is it's probably gonna get worse too.
So reminder,
That's the crazy
Naftali
thing.
Bennett was the former
Yeah, I
prime
wanna
minister
Like it's
of
just the
Israel,
start.
and Eisenkot was the former chief of general staff of Israel.
Let's see. All right, short at 186. Just real quick. Let's see what it does.
What was that news? It's nothing big. Trump's considering withdrawing some U.S. troops from Europe. That was the news.
Let's go.
Anyways, we're getting a 5-minute
Break even?
bearish crossover, by the way.
All right.
If this candle closes like below 180, I think it's going to cement this bearish crossover.
I'm trying to see if this if this drops below 175-ish, that's perfect for me. All right, 200 and all right, taking it. 235 profit. Let's go.
You're taking it, bro? You could take like 100 points here.
Nah, so I
You can
sold
take like
one at
10K.
I took a 12-point trade right there, Pasha.
Okay, okay.
12-point trade.
See,
So
that's why I lose my pants right there, because I don't take no 12 points.
But
I sit there and wait
already.
for 50 points of drawdown to finally close the trade.
See, 4,500 square feet for 250K, bro. You know how what I would do in 4,500 square feet for 250K? I would do so many things.
Wait, 4,500? Dang, that's a big house too.
That's what I mean. I'm telling you, like houses.
Lynette, you live
not
in a
the same.
4,500 square foot house? Holy moly!
Do you rent?
That's
I'll
sick.
I'll go live there as long as the rent's cheaper than what I'm paying now.
Bro, Mango, I'll rent my garage too if you want.
Hey, I'm down. I got my own portable AC. I'm good.
No, just
got
kidding.
this.
You would freeze, bro. I got the
I love
the
the cold,
water
though.
heater in there, and it's like ice cold air, like blowing during the winter and during the summer.
That's fine. Because guess what? I got a 5080 in my computer and a CPU that pulls 170 watts. It's gonna be like equilibrium in there. It's like it's
No,
gonna
like
zero out.
you don't like. I'm not even joking. Like it's bad. Like I was planning
got
on
another chart?
potentially making that the stream setup in the garage, and it is freezing, bro.
Oh wow.
Like it's
Man,
too
I
freezing
would love to be in there.
Yeah. You live in
Well, I'd be
Cali though.
best.
You don't even know what cold is, to be honest.
Oh no, I've been in the Himalayas for boarding school, and also I lived in Indianapolis. My dad was a truck driver, so I've
For
seen
real?
snow.
Okay.
Yeah, I've seen all the states besides Maine. Yeah, besides Maine. So yeah. So I've
I
been
mean,
through
maybe you would
deep snow.
survive. I honestly live here, and like I would not survive living in my garage, dude.
I would
It's
have to get
bad.
used to it though, to be honest. I would have to like really get used to it. Again, you know what I mean? Let's see. Do I
Let's
take this
see.
100?
Henrietta, can I do you a favor? So I do not see the word delayed on Financial Juice.
All right, I
Delayed
took a
on the
70
right-hand top of Financial Juice. So I do not see
$70
delayed.
profit.
Henrietta, make sure that you are logged into your account there. So it's going to say delayed if you don't have Financial Juice Pro or Premium or whatever. So if you're accidentally logged out of your account, it will say delayed.
I took a $70 profit right there. Just a 4-point push down.
Oh, you're in Texas now, Annette? Dang.
I'll be back.
You can mine Bitcoin in there. Actually, that would be smart because you already got the cooling taken care of. Guys, 5-minute bearish crossover. It's probably gonna dump. Looks weak. I'm gonna go grab my drink.
An official source at Saudi Ministry of Energy, cited by Al Arabiya, says operations have been halted at a number of energy facilities in the kingdom. Just keeping an eye on WTI crude oil, seeing a little bit of movement towards the upside of the back.
Hey, Chris.
Of the news there again. Official source at the Saudi Ministry of Energy says operations have been halted at a number of energy facilities in the kingdom.
Ooh. In the UK, a bunch of energy facilities
So
have been
to see a
halted.
little bit of movement towards the upside on WTI. little bit of movement downside on the
Oh, in
S&P
Saudi
500, quite
Arabia.
tiny.
Wait. Is oil about to rocket? Yeah, oil's rocketing. Okay, cool. The imaginary trade is playing out. Forget that we top tick got stopped out of it. It's playing out, guys. We're gonna have a Ferrari. But yeah, Chris, I have a video called "This NQ Strategy is Working" on YouTube. So watch that video. I explain it all there. And I'll probably make a another YouTube video at some point when I'm not too lazy to do it, to just talk about the strategy again and just be a little bit more clear about it. But if you want the back test, join the Trade Titans and you get access to the Google Drive if you want the back test spreadsheet. $330 short. Yeah, that's 1 hour from now, don't forget. And it's 330 long, I think. It's 305 short. 305 short is in 30 minutes. Okay, let me see if I got an answer on Discord. I didn't get an answer yet. I said, dude, can I get that deal
Saudi
for the
State
5 accounts?
news agency says
My
these
fund of
attacks
futures, he
included
did not
one of the
respond
pumping
yet.
stations in the east-west pipeline.
They gotta give
leading
me
to
like
loss
a
of
bulk deal,
approximately
man.
700,000 barrels per day.
I blow so
in
many
throughput.
accounts. Thanks, Lab, for grabbing that.
Also, official in Saudi Energy Ministry says recent attacks on energy facilities resulted in the death of one Saudi national from industrial security personnel of the Saudi energy company.
Oh, dang.
Whoa, what did I miss?
Dude, oil's pumping.
Oil
Operational activities have been halted at several energy facilities in Saudi Arabia due to recent attacks. So
Well,
oil's
that is
pumping.
not
This thing's
good,
gonna be
not
dumping.
Oh, 5-second chart looking crazy.
Official also adds that Manifa production facility, so again, Manifa production facility was also targeted, resulting in a reduction of approximately 300,000 barrels per day from its production capacity.
Dang.
Again, according to an official in Saudi Energy Ministry,
So,
cited by state news agency.
loss of 700k barrels per day. On one of the pumping stations, and on another pumping station, a loss of 300k barrels per day in production.
Wow. Wow. Let's see. Let's risk a little. Let's go
Official also
short
adds that the
at
Kuwait
166.
facility had previously been targeted, leading to a reduction of
166,
300,000 barrels per day.
166, one mini short. Let's see what I can
Where's
get.
your stop?
Stop, I'll put it at like 169 probably. Or I'll try to break even right away if I can.
Bro, you crazy.
Or let's see. I wanna see if it breaks down a little more. Okay.
Dude, I'm about to just scalp on these accounts just for fun. Even though I'm at profit target.
Okay, I'm risking only like 2 points. Like 35 bucks.
Also,
You know
official in
what?
Saudi
45
Energy
bucks.
Ministry says attacks
45
resulted
bucks I'll
in
risk.
total reduction in
And
the
then
kingdom's production capacity.
If it drops
to
down below like
approximately 600,000
160,
barrels per day.
then I'll break even.
Okay, I'm shorting at 170.
All right.
Oh, wait,
All right.
never mind.
Yep, breaking even. Let's go. Come on.
You're about to get broke even.
Act-
Give me it at
I'm
170.
taking 40 profit. I'm taking profit out. $40. And I'll take.
This is gonna
Come on.
dump at some point, bro.
I know, that's what I'm saying. I want to see if it dumps below that 160 though. I want it to break that and.
All right,
I want it to
I'm
break that
entering
new
160.
candle.
Targeting
Okay,
5
short.
points.
Never mind. Oh no. Oh no! Don't wick me out. I'm still break even. I just don't want to get wicked out. That 15-second candle did not look happy.
Oh.
No. Oh, almost wicked me out at break even. Literally a quarter point away. Crazy. Okay, I guess
State
I'll
news
just
agency
take.
from Saudi Arabia says the tax
Actually, I'll
also
risk
extended
20 bucks.
to major
or 30.
refining facilities,
25
including
bucks.
Satop
Risking
in
25
Jubail,
bucks.
Ras
Okay,
Tanura
okay.
Refinery,
All
Samra
right, it
Refinery
broke.
in
Stopped out.
Abu,
Lost
and
30.
Riyadh
Yeah.
Refinery,
Re-entering
directly affecting
171.
exports products to global
You're
markets.
re-entering.
Yes, sir.
You're quiet. You are crazy, man. You
I'm
are
doing
crazy,
one
man.
micro.
Oh, one micro. Okay. I'm up
Pasha,
450,
stop in
so-
the name of love.
Oh, see, it's one of those candles where it just goes, liquidates everyone and then just reverses back to its original point.
Also, processing facilities
I'm not getting
in
in this no more.
Jumeirah
This is already too far
Juma
beyond.
were also affected
Really?
by fires, impacting
It's about
exports
a dump,
because
bro.
yeah, but
LPG
at the same time,
and
like,
natural gas
where my entry
liquids.
price was is perfect. You know what I mean?
Seeing
160 is
the
like above
NYMEX
those
closing
spikes
prices here.
on
NYMEX
the 1 minute,
May
even on the
futures
5
settle
minute.
at $97.
So I don't want to try to get in the
a
middle of
barrel,
this now.
up
I learned my lesson.
$3.46 or 3.66%. NYMEX
Like, I'm
natural gas May
good,
futures
brother.
settle at
I'm
around
good.
$2.67 a gallon.
See, what if it
around
pushes back up? You know what I mean?
$2.67
That's my thing, though.
MMBTU.
Maybe.
And gasoline May futures settle at around
And I don't want
$3 a
that.
gallon.
You got a perfect entry at 170, so that's good.
I got
NYMEX
stopped out.
diesel May futures
Oh, you
settle at
did?
around
Oh,
$3.
Or the
93
170,
a gallon.
I put it, but I didn't get filled.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Sellers coming in. Don't risk the accounts that are already passed. Guys,
Okay, maybe
we're going to
goes-
risk these accounts. We're going to try to double the profit target now.
We're below VWAP now, aren't we? Technically?
No.
No, not on NQ. On S&P we are.
Uh-uh.
By the way.
No,
Official
ES
in
is
Saudi
way above.
Energy Ministry says continuation of these attacks leads to reduced supply.
Yeah,
Oh,
we're,
wait, never
we're
mind,
above
never
you
mind.
up on
affecting
everything.
security
Okay,
supply
never
for
mind. My
consuming
bad. I was looking at
nations
the wrong
and
candle.
contributing to increased
I'm in
volatility
wrong
in the oil
line.
market.
It's yellow on mine and blue. It's all mixed up.
$3.30 long on oil, bro. It's not 3.30 though. It's 2:30 Eastern right now.
A 2026 Supra is 58K, 60K pretty much.
Okay, 67.50. We're short. Come out. We're in. Let's go.
You're short? Okay.
Yes, sir. Just
You
for the
got the
content,
rush.
you know.
No, I got you, I got you, brother.
Shouty. Got
I
me
got
shouty?
you, shotty. I got you, shotty.
I'm only going to take like 10 points.
Alright.
Because I'm actually, like, why would I even trade?
Alright, short at
Why would I
157.
actually trade for real when we're at profit
Alright.
target?
Alright, risking 20. Okay, risking 20 bucks on this trade. I'll probably just take
Okay.
100 if I do.
Dude, either way, I am in profit.
break
60
even?
points on this imaginary trade, guys. Forget that I got
That's
top
nice.
tick stopped out.
Oh, let's
Imaginary
go.
trade is up
Alright.
massively. We're 100 minis short on
80.
this imaginary trade, guys. We're up right
Nice.
now $120,000.
Nice.
If the full trade plays out, that's $250,000. That's a Ferrari, boys and girls.
That's a Huawei, guys. Huawei.
That's a Ferrari. Will I trade Asia session? I'm not going to trade like the actual session, but I will take 15-minute orb with futures open and I'll stream it. I'm going to be doing that over the next couple of months or however long it takes to forward test and get confidence on that. So half an hour? Yeah, probably. However long it takes. I'll just do TP1.
See, now market's consolidating, see where it wants to go. I don't like this. It's like it hasn't
Also,
dumped
official
yet.
Saudi
You know what I
Energy
mean?
Ministry says attacks on energy
Watch it dump
facilities
right after I said.
resulted in the injury of 7 Saudi nationals from Saudi Energy Company.
Brother, man, I'm just looking. Just taking a look back on the futures open in the range and how it moves. Some of the days you do get stopped out, but some of the days you get massive TP. But like I think like TP1 is very high probability. Looking back at it.
No.
TP1 is like pretty much guaranteed. I don't think I've seen even one day fail TP1. So far I've looked back like 10 days. Wow. Guys, the futures open range, 15-minute range, might actually be the GOAT. Because the thing about whenever futures open after the 1 hour close or after the 1 hour pause, it's very low volatility. So you have so much time to like enter. You lost accounts? No, I didn't. Well, I lost my funded accounts, yeah, like 3 days ago. On how many contract is your trade that you took? The actual trade I took was only one contract, one micro. This imaginary trade, though, we're 100 minis short, and we're in profit 60 points. Huge. Actually, 70 points. We're up 140K on this imaginary trade, guys.
Let's go. Okay, I took a bad trade right now. Ended up going long at 163. So let's see. Will it keep going up or keep going down? I don't
Wait,
know.
you took a long?
Yeah, I tried taking a long, and then it fell instantly right after that.
Bro,
1
you're
minute. I'm gonna
crazy.
break. I know. I'm gonna try to break even right now if I can. I pretty much my stop loss break even.
Okay.
Oh wait. Okay, never mind. I kept going, I guess. I exited out.
Okay.
Made 45 bucks, I guess.
Hey, nice, nice. Like, I feel like this
man,
pop
what a
is
work.
like a good entry for the short.
The 1 minute doesn't look like it though. No more.
The 1 minute?
Like, yeah, the 1 minute's too. It looks like it's
Well,
bullish.
it's
Like, it wants
above
to
the
pop
21,
off.
I guess, on the 1 minute. Yeah, maybe.
Unless it goes up, you know what I mean? It hits like 180-ish area, and then we drop back down like a more aggressive.
Maybe, I guess.
That's what I'm thinking maybe. For a short 180, 190 area.
I mean, oil's still pumping.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Oil looks like it wants to go. Maybe go. I want to short here so bad. 1 minute looks weak. All right, I'm gonna short real quick. Let's see what it gives me. Buy, sell.
Oh.
What do I do? Yeah, now it pumps up right away. It's crazy, brother. That was a crazy pump, boy. I know, right?
Let's see if it respects moving averages here.
I doubt it because this is a.
So 25,200 is a
settle at
key level for me, so I want to see if
$95.92
it
a barrel,
pops up here and
$1.17
rejects.
or 1.23%.
Alright,
As long as it stays below 25,200, I think this is coming down to VWAP.
alright. 175 is my average. I doubt it goes down there, but we'll see though.
That's crazy.
Crazy, brother. Come on, go down to like 175. Yeah, 175 is my average actually. Oh yeah. Come on, keep going down. I'll take a $200-300 loss if I need to. I'm gonna try to. What was that though? I'm curious.
What?
The pump right there for a second.
Nothing really.
Nothing.
Yeah.
Just liquidity being liquidity, I guess.
Yeah, it wasn't news related.
Oh, okay. Should I break
Looks
even
like
or
it was
should I-
just a low pump up to the moving averages. Let's see that candle inverse. Pasha, what news source do you have? I use Financial Juice. You're brave to play PM session, especially near power hour. Brother, I'm in a fake trade. I'm not in an actual trade, bro. I'm done for the day.
Right.
I hit my max profit. I hit my profit target already. These accounts are basically past. They just need trading days.
What do you mean trading days?
So for TPT to get funded, you need 5 trading days. So I'm at 3 trading days now, but I already hit my profit target.
Oh, okay.
So I just have to take like one quick trade for once for the next 2 days, and that's it.
Okay. I forget they gotta do that. Some are 2, some are 5, some are different. Yeah, everyone's different.
Yeah, my Flame Futures is 2 days for the Rapids.
Okay.
Apex is 1
so
day
there's
pass.
different ones.
Yeah.
Okay, I gotcha. Let's see, is this a pump or a dump or what? It's a pump. It's a pump. They pumped it. Feynman looking very bullish now, though. It might. I think we might break the highs of today. What do you think, Pasha?
I doubt it.
You doubt
But
it?
it could.
What?
We just made a lower low and made a high lower high on the
and
NQ,
tend to
so I don't
become
know.
some flights of
True. I
Tehran,
mean, it didn't even break the
Pashin,
180s
Tabriz,
again.
and other
It tried
cities.
to, but it didn't. Like try to push past it.
Yeah.
Unless
I mean, it
something with
definitely
oil.
Israel's
could
military
push
says it's
push
begun
up, but
striking Hezbollah launch sites in
whenever it
Lebanon.
was up at those highs today, it was struggling up at that level. So and now we got a bearish crossover on moving averages and everything. Like I think we visit VWAP.
Okay, I gotcha. Oh, it's going back to my target. Let's go. Come on.
Pasha, not trying to dox you, but where area are you in Washington? Don't gotta answer if you don't want. Yeah, I can't dox myself, but I live in Compton.
All right, I'm breaking even, Pasha.
If you live in Washington, you should know.
Is this gonna push down more? No, don't go up. Go down. Don't do this. No.
Royal, does it have a rule where you need to make $100 for it to count as a trading day? No. Yeah, it doesn't need to be a profitable trade or anything. It just needs to be one trade to be counted as a trading day. Where is VWAP? So VWAP is VWAP. VWAP stands for volume weighted average price. That is this white line right here. Basically what it is it means that all of the volume traded, this is the average. If you were to average all of the different trades that were taken throughout all of this time and you weighted it by volume, this would be the average price that was paid. So we are above that current price right now. This is kind of an important level because it price tends to hold this price or reject this price anytime it goes above or goes below. But it tends to test this price. Volume weighted average price.
All right, 365 profit on that trade. That was 3 minis, by the way. My entry was 175. Exit was
Somebody's pretending to be Trump on Financial Juice? Really?
What?
I didn't hear that.
Russia's Dmitriev's visit comes before U.S. sanctions relief on Russia oil expires on April 11th.
All right, boys and girls. Today's profit on the main Lucid is 770, and then on the new direct funded Lucid, I am up 570 today.
Nice.
So, YOLO in it. And that Apex, it only has $200 drawdown left, Pasha.
Dang.
Yeah, it
You
is
got
what
it.
it is though. I'll try to bring it back from the dead. Frankenstein it.
Yeah, I mean, you take a 5 mini short right here, you make it all back.
I'm down. I'm telling you, it might just work, man. Talent, Shotty. Shotty in the business of winning, guys.
Yep. Oil rejected a little bit off oil's VWAP.
Yeah. Oil's still dumping though. So we might, if oil dumps below 97, we might have a better chance of NQ breaking through.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, if it starts dumping, NQ is going to break highs, yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Because I feel like majority of these headlines are just kind of scare tactics and everybody's kind of already used to it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Henrietta, I think you might not be logged into your pro account with Financial Juice. So if you use the free version, you'll have the fake Donald Trump promoting Financial Juice, and it's an ad to get pro. You're currently not logged in, I think, to your Financial Juice Elite or Pro. So just so you know, Henrietta. So you're not getting live news right now on Financial Juice, I think.
How many seconds is it delayed again?
If it's free, it's delayed by like 15 seconds.
Oh, it's not that bad.
Yeah. I mean, it's not bad, yeah, but like if it's
yeah.
breaking news, you can definitely get an edge sometimes having it real time. But yeah.
That is true though.
It's not bad, like it's definitely, you can use it for free for sure, just to stay on top of stuff.
15-minute looking bullish, Pasha.
The 15
Hourly,
minute?
Yeah, look at the 15-minute. I mean, 12 minutes left in the hourly, so I think
on the 15-minute, this looks like a bear flag.
A little, maybe. Unless I've seen those 15 minutes where it just engulfs the previous red candles and just goes straight up. Let's see if the buyers want to buy.
Yeah. I mean, I'm liking that it's not even letting it get to 25,200.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah.
You're logged in, not sure why.
Let's go short again.
Yeah, Henrietta, make sure it's the correct account that you paid for. If for some reason it's like, yeah, it seems like you're not on the elite account. So you might have to contact customer service. Oh, logged in and out. Yeah, I guess log out and log back in, Henrietta, and it'll fix it. I haven't had that issue at all with Financial Juice, but maybe I had that issue once when I first got Financial
Singapore
Juice,
at
possibly.
Commodity Defense say we are currently dealing with attacks from
boys,
drones that
I'm actually
penetrated the
locking
country's
out
airspace and targeted
Alright,
some
bro.
vital facilities.
We are done. 570 and 770 profit on both accounts. I
Nice.
need to get some sleep. All right, you guys stay safe, have fun, be safe, and I said be safe twice. I need sleep. Yeah. Don't overtrade, guys. Don't do a mango. Yeah. Peace.
Take care, bro. Okay. 10 minutes till power hour. It's looking bullish to me. Can you look at yours? Henrietta, mine's fine. I'm checking mine. Mine has no issues. So try to log out and then log back in. Hopefully that fixes it. But I don't know. It looks like it might be bullish, but like I'm looking overall, it's a lower low, a lower high. Like to me, this looks
Kuwait says
bearish.
it's engaging with
It looks like
missiles
it's going to
and drones
continue down.
threat.
That's just me though. I don't know. I might be wrong. Obviously, it's like it's an uptrend and everything. But as of right now, like I think it wants to go lower. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it ranges here too. Henrietta, I had an issue like that before one time whenever I logged in with my Google account, but I actually had like a email and password login. So like when I logged into my Google account, it was like a different account and I didn't do that, so I don't know. And then I made sure to log into the correct account. I don't know if it's the same for you or not. Maybe not. Imaginary trade, let's go. 21 EMA rejecting. Is it going to break? Looks like 150 is kind of support area. Yeah. Sorry about that. 2300 run absolutely faked, but did it. Oil's popping more. Well, I got my paper trading account. Let me see here. Here's my paper trading account, guys. Look at that. Up 12K. Big ballin' on that thing. Oh, do we trade some paper trades? Here we took a couple paper trades just for fun. You're a great paper trader. See, look. Like, I got paper trading open. Make sure you expose me right here. You see this? Watch. Oh, we're short. Wait, not enough funds. Oh, I needed to add like $1 million. I guess I can only do 4 minis with 100K. Okay, stop loss. We'll do a 2K stop loss. And we'll do a 4K take profit. Four minutes till power hour. You can't paper trade because you use 0.3 speed and suck at it? Isn't paper trading like the same thing as trading real money? Just getting pixels on the screen, right? That's my take profit here, 75.
So further from this news, Kuwait says some of its vital facilities were targeted.
$305 short, Pasha. Oh yeah, I'm short 4 minis on the paper trading right now. Got 8 minutes till the 305 short. I wonder if the paper trading charges commissions. life savings on this 1205 short. Oh man, be careful. I don't think it's 100% win rate. Be careful. Okay, we're about to enter power hour. Where's the song? What, the short squeeze song? I ain't trying to short squeeze it. Five minutes until account gone. Can I add to this short? No. Wait, am I able to add money to this? No. Probably not. There, make sure you guys can see paper trading. There. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's the new hourly candle, pushing it up a little bit. Into the bearish fair value gap. You know what? We'll do this. We'll make it 1-to-1. Huge money trades. No, this is all fake, guys. This is fake money trades. This is fake money. You're gonna enter at my stop loss? No, don't do it. Let's add 100 more minis. I thought I would be able to, but the paper trading account doesn't let me. It says it exceeds my margin requirements. Do Apex end of day accounts turn into intraday when PA kicks in? I'm pretty sure, yeah. Anyways, while that paper trade plays out, let's look at our other fake trade. Why don't you use TradingView to trade unlimited? I don't even know, am I able to add money to it? It just gave me 100,000. $305 short. Let's see. Is it gonna give the points? Huh? $305 short is given like 8 points now. Jeremy, you're long on the high of the day. Oh my goodness. Webull gives 1 million on paper trading. I'll have to release a course before I use the Webull paper trading though. What I think about crude. Keeps rejecting VWAP. Not much else. The real 5 shorts playing out. That's 10 points right there. There's 10 points. Let's see if it gets more. Oh, got almost 15. Is it me or Crude and NQ is going against each other? They almost always go against each other. So on this imaginary trade, if we hit break even on this spot, then it's stop at break even basically. I think you can just play the 305 short and 330 long and be good for the day. Yeah. I just don't have the back test to support whether or not it's super profitable or not, but yeah, definitely could. Films of greatness, sometimes positively correlated. Well, whenever oil is high, it's going to eat into profits of companies, so I would assume they're always going to be inversely correlated, but maybe they're not always cleanly. But like higher energy prices means less margin for most businesses. Jeremy, you're in options? Okay. Yeah, that's scary, man. You can withdraw 20K tomorrow on futures. Nice. Okay. Well, it's no longer looking bearish as of right now. $305 short did not work out. It did. This was the 305 candle right here. It got 14 points, 13 points. Does the options chain influence the general market moves? I think there are some people that believe that, yeah. I wouldn't doubt it. Why is it always going up in power hour recently? Just because we've been squeezing to the upside. How early are you in a trade for the 305 short or in 330 long? Honestly, brother, we started taking those trades because a user named Fyro came into the chat and said that algos do that. At 305, there's a sell-off, and 330, there's a little buy-up. And we just kind of, for fun, started doing it to see if it works, and so far it's been working. But for the 305 short, basically you take a short anywhere from 304 to 306. Whenever it like pumps up a little bit, you short, and then you take like 10 points. And then 330, I think, is like on the dot. Jimbo, gotta get me trading again. Brother, I think me not trading today saved me money. Cause like, look at this. Look at this. I took a fake short trade, stopped out. Then I took a fake long trade, stopped out bottom tick. Took another fake long trade, stopped out pretty much bottom tick. Then took a short trade here, stopped out. Then took a short trade here and well, this one didn't stop out. It got 60 points. $70 or 80% so far. Yeah. You're up over 110% on options. Nice, man.
US Trade Representative Greer says no deliverables on autos planned for Trump-Xi meeting. Greer says meeting planned Friday with Chinese officials to discuss policy outcomes for Trump-Xi meeting. And Greer says Trump administration sees no
What do I
changes
think
in
about
the
ICT?
connected vehicle rules that
I don't
effectively
really think
bar
anything.
Chinese autos from the US
I don't know
market.
enough about them.
Greer said it would probably be difficult for Chinese automakers to establish US production given connected vehicle rules. Russia's Putin announces orthodox Easter ceasefire in Ukraine from 4 o'clock Moscow time on April 11th until the end of day on April 12th.
Wait, did ICT sell courses too? Let's see for the 330 long. If we can get a dump of about 120 points before the 330 long, that would be wonderful. Oh, really? Interesting. Okay. And then also Strait of Hormuz remained closed. Is that what the news was? Oh, oil's making a nice push now. See if the NASDAQ actually drops all the way back down. Wait, I have the song playing that says push it higher. We don't want that song. Bad song. We don't want, well, we want oil higher, I guess. Bad song. 330 long on oil. Guys, I'm like legitimately so pooped. Oh, dang. Lynette, if you're still here, I totally forgot to send that email. Okay, Lynette and Trading Pennies. Both of you guys are getting TPT evals for being YouTube mods. Hopefully soon. My bad. I should have sent that this morning. Okay, Lynette. Yeah, I sent the email to the affiliate manager at TPT. So you should have a 150K eval credit in your account. And then Trading Pennies, you're getting a 50K. You have 60 days to pass, just so you know. And no fees, no anything, no cost to you. 60 days to pass. So good luck with it. You should have it tomorrow, though. My bad. I was trying to get it to you today. I forgot to hit send on the email. Yeah, no problem. Haven't seen you take a trade in a while, Pasha. Are you good? Yeah, I'm fake trading. I already have the profit I need for the day, Chris. I'm at profit target for all the accounts. I'm just kind of practicing, I guess, with some imaginary trades. You know what I'm saying? Now you've entered the market. Will the NASDAQ go up, go down again, or up? I don't know, bro. We got 3:30 coming up. 7 minutes from now. Maybe a long setting up, but look at oil. Oil's pushing. See if the NASDAQ can get below 25,200. You need one more high of day. Maybe you'll get it, maybe. Long of 330. What's up, FEMA? The 330 long's coming up, but I don't know. CPI tomorrow, yep. CPI's tomorrow. So there'll be more craziness. Pasha, I need some help with my 30% consistency with Apex. How does it work if you can explain it better than Apex? Here you go, Prolific. Let's see. Let's say you're trading with Apex and you want to make $5,000 to cash out. Let's make it $10,000 for easy math. You want to make $10,000 for cash outs. I know there's payout limits and all that, but let's just say for math's sake, you're going for $10,000, right? As you're going up to that $10,000 profit target, none of your days can be over $3,000 of profit. That's the rule. That's all it is. So the more you make over time, the less that 30% becomes. Or, sorry, the more that 30% becomes. Which means the more profit you get, the less you have to worry about consistency. You just got to make sure that you don't have one crazy big day from this crazy big gamble where you made like $5,000, because now it's like, okay, well, if you want to cash out money, you got to make sure that your total balance or your total profit is at least 15,000, because 5,000 is going to be about 30%, if that makes sense. That's all consistency is. So if you end up having one day that's super big, you're kind of messing yourself up a little bit, because that means your total profit is going to have to be higher to be able to start cashing out. So just make consistent money every day and you won't have an issue.
According to state news agency, Kuwait says a National Guard site targeted by drones resulting in significant material damage, no injuries.
Whenever you trade the first day, let's say the first day you make $1,000, you have a consistency issue because your biggest day is 100% of your profit. Then the next day you make another $1,000. You have a consistency issue. Now your biggest day is 50% of your profit. Then the third day you make another $1,000. Now you're at $3,000. You have a consistency issue because your biggest day, all three of them are the same, is at 33.3%. On your fourth day, you make $1,000. Now you're good to go. You're now 25% is your biggest day. You're below the 30% consistency rule. That is all. Just take it slow. Take your profits. Every day just build up slowly. As long as you want to like long-term trade and slowly build up your profit, it can be big profit too. So it doesn't have to be small profit. It can be big profit. Like if there's a day where you're doing very well, like you can definitely keep going if you want to. Just know that however much you make in that profit, you're going to have to make, you know, however much more in total profit to make sure that that's under the consistency. So your profit goal needs to be 2,600 in order to request a payout. My highest day was 570. Then every day from the last 5 days I've been 150, and it's still showing that I'm over 30%. So yeah, if 570 is over 30% of your current profit, then yeah, it's an issue. But guess what? You still need to get to 2,600. So $570 is not over 30% of 2,600. So you're good to go. Just keep trading.
According to official US Department of State, will host a meeting next week to discuss ongoing ceasefire negotiations with Israel and Lebanon.
Yeah, and Yo-Yo is right on that, to be honest, too. Here comes the 330 long. Let's see if it plays out. 40 seconds left. Yeah, like don't be afraid to have like a really big green day. Because it's not that bad. You just won't be able to pay out for a while. Okay, so here's the pullback. 20 seconds till the 330 long. Let's see on the 1,000 tick chart if it plays out. So here's the pullback. 5 seconds left. I guess we could pretend we longed right here at 220. Let's see if the 330 long works. 10 points to the upside. You took $1,000 profit day one. You're never seeing a payout. No, you are. You just got to make like 3,300 bucks total. It's not that bad. It's not that hard. You got it. Look at that. The 330 long. The 330 long just worked. Wow. Would you look at that? And it's getting more. And here comes a little squeezer too. That's pushing. Would you look at that? That is 20 points now. Jeremy's getting excited. Jeremy's got call options. End of day call options. Careful, Jeremy. End of day's coming up. I think you should do a YOLO one trade on this 330 long. That's it. I mean, you could, yeah. If you really trust it, you could. We've seen the 330 long fail though. That's the thing. We've seen the 330 long drop 20 points and then go up and get the 10-point profit, but it had drawdown. This one did not have drawdown. Apex has a rule of the 6th payout. What happens after the 6th payout with the balance in the account? Frank, I honestly don't know. But they evaluate you for live. Jeremy, you're up 150%. Massive. So far, it's about 95% accuracy. Dang. FEMA just made plus 1,600 on the 330 long. Oh my goodness. That's nuts. Still pumping, no news. No short here? Yeah, honestly, I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. You told us to take sell? What do you mean I told you to take sell? I didn't tell you to do nothing. What did I tell you to take sell? I said, I'm taking a fake trade. I'm doing a fake trade. That's what I was saying. Not financial. I said that too. I said, not financial advice. Taking a fake trade. Pretend trade. Paper trade. That's what I did. If you decided to take a trade off my fake trade, that's all you, brother. This ain't no signals channel.
Doesn't look like it this much.
You said what?
I said it doesn't look like I've missed much while I was gone. It was
Yeah,
noisy, but
not much at all. We got the bearish crossover on the 5 about an hour ago, and then it just inversed it. Curious to see if it actually breaks out of the high. Honestly, very surprising.
Especially going to the overnight where it seems to trend a little better.
Yeah. Yeah, the overnight price action has honestly been way cleaner than New York some of these days. I'm surprised by this push because oil actually pushed up and the NASDAQ pushed up as well. Like oil's kind of making a push up to that $100 a barrel again. The NASDAQ's like back up to the highs. It's weird.
Yeah, a little bit of a disconnect. I got 10 days of backtesting done.
Oh, nice. You're doing manual?
Yeah, I do the tick replay.
Okay, okay. Nice. How's the percentage so far? With 10?
It's about a 50% win rate, but it's profitable.
50% with what, 1 to 2 risk to reward?
1 to 1 for TP1 and 1 to 2 for TP2.
Wait, but is it 50% to TP1?
Overall P&L on it, but every one of them that has hit TP1 has gone on to TP2.
Because like, if it's 50% win rate, because like, whenever you set up the order, you're gonna have to set a bracket order. So if it's 50% to TP1, that would be unprofitable. You're gonna lose on commissions.
This is using a stop though at the bottom of the breakout candle, so you can't really set it up as an automatic trade. So you've got to adjust it. So it's cutting losses quicker.
And is TP1 one full range above?
TP1 is 1 to 1 to the stop.
Oh, okay. Hey, that's not bad. Okay. I see it now. Okay, so you can actually manage the trade a lot easier. Hey, that's cool.
Yeah, I'm hoping that the drawdown on it is pretty low, but they're not playing with it still.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure the past several weeks it's been pretty high. Well, actually, never mind. Not like I'm on one day it would be high, but as far as like the amount of times it gets stopped out, probably I would be surprised if in the past month it's done 2 in a row.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I started with January, so I'm looking at pretty benign data right now.
Okay. That's awesome. Rayeska, what's up? Yeah, NQ's definitely not caring about oil right now, or ES. They're just pushing.
It's one of those, I'm not sure what I believe more.
Yeah. Coming up for a potential triple top. Let's see.
Yeah, I have a hard time getting, all excited about equities when oil's still at $99 a barrel.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's all relative, I guess, but
Yeah. The bears are not letting it go anywhere. Yeah, until they get squeezed. Man, I made all my trades in the first hour, and then imaginary trades after that. But like, there's been so much movement after compared to where I was. I took like 30 points or something on these trades down here. Like, I didn't need much more to get the max profit. Tweezer top on the 5-minute chart, as well as potentially lower high again. Reyeska, not much, man. I like to ask you what type of trading or what type of strategy you do. If not much to ask. Yeah, it's a little bit much to ask, bro. I've got videos that talk about it. The main one that like I actually have math and statistics to back. I have a video on it. It's called "This NQ Strategy is Working." Other than that, like, we're still trying to figure it out. I'm not a profitable trader. Somebody told me to say, I haven't been a profitable trader, but I'm looking forward to being a profitable trader as of today. There, you hear that? I'm going to be a profitable trader as of today. The discretionary trading hasn't been the best. But as far as the stuff that I've got data on, it's really good. So if you want to check that out, check it out. I guess if we're talking just about discretionary trading, we took, like on the fake trades, we took some decent trades. There's one loss. I would say this is a win, even though a bottom ticks up. So win, loss. I would say this is a win. This got 60 points.
According to an
So
official,
1,
the
2,
U.S.
3
Department of
wins,
State
2
will host a
losses.
meeting next week to discuss ongoing
I would say
ceasefire
that's
negotiations
okay
with
for
Israel and Lebanon.
discretionary. Like this trade right here, I entered here, so it's a fake trade, by the way. Got 30 points drawdown, and got 60 points profit. So that was a 1 to 2 risk to reward right there. If we were to just be like here, for example. It's pretty good. $11.47 in profit. Nice into oil. You have 5 years into this and you have a very hard time to be profitable. It's not easy. Yeah, it's not. I honestly think like like if you don't have the edge, it's like it's better not to trade intraday. Like I share the mathematical edge with the Trade Titans, like specifically, and then that video that explains the strategy. Like that strategy is profitable. It's just like the trades that I do outside of that strategy, not too good. Pasha, you made good trades. Only thing I've seen is you let a lot go green to red. Yeah. I mean, we're like right here. Let's take an imaginary trade. We'll have the stop of, we'll do 30-point stop just in case it sweeps that high. And we'll take it for, it's like 50 points. There. So we're in a fake trade now. This is not financial advice. For the one person that took the trade whenever I made a fake trade, this is not financial advice. This is not me saying you should short here. This is me making a fake trade and saying, if I were to be forced to trade, right, as of right now, this is probably the trade I would take right here. If somebody straight up told me, you better take a trade right now, or else I'm going to make you buy my course, I would be like, okay, I'm taking this trade. How high are we going? I don't know. Don't you guys think today was a manipulation day? I mean, I don't know. Who's manipulating it? Somebody's buying. Somebody's buying, somebody's getting squeezed. I don't know. Yeah, oil still looks like it's grinding up. But NASDAQ and ES are continuing to push. Man, that 4-hour candle on ES, it is quite the hammer right now. NQ hasn't had organic movement since November. Honestly, I can't disagree with you. Market's still digesting the 900-point pump, another range day. That I could definitely agree with. We did push up higher, though. That's the thing. We squeezed higher today. I was kind of expecting potentially a range day. You know, when we sold off here, then we pumped up here. I was kind of expecting a range day, but this actually ended up squeezing quite a bit. Now it's like ranging a little bit again, potentially. Who knows? Maybe it squeezes even higher.
Yeah, I agree. That afternoon move surprised me.
Yeah. Diaz Dong, how about I just go opposite direction from you? Do it. Not financial advice. You can also measure that range down from 1345 and project it higher for targets. Yeah. MOC in 1 minute. Oh yeah, we got market on close coming up. Let's see if it squeezes higher. Oil's not dumping here, so I'm assuming we make a lower high or maybe sweep and drop. Okay, seeing some sellers come in before market on close.
Ten seconds.
Take care, DD stock plays. There's market on close.
Market on close imbalance. S&P 500 buy side 600 million. NASDAQ 100 buy side
NASDAQ.
863 million.
It swept.
Dow
It
30
swept the
buy
high.
side 49 million. Mag 7 buy side 308 million.
Oil's still pushing though. Okay, ES did not sweep the high, interestingly enough. So here's the ES. ES did not sweep the high. NASDAQ did. Oil's still going up. Let's see if the fake trade plays out. Might just get stopped out here. I'll be right back. Czar Trader. And can we up the top? You got 50 points. Nice. And Jeremy Couch hit his profit target. Very nice. Good job, Jeremy. Jeremy, you're probably like 200% up on those options. That's crazy. What music is playing? This is just the electronic playlist with epidemic sound.
Iran's parliamentary speaker Ghalibaf says time is running out. Just referencing the 3 points of the plan, of the 10-point plan that were not held to account to the Iranians.
Anyways, it's just some royalty-free music that I pay a subscription on, so I don't have to get copyright struck. The rental car short squeeze on Car and Hertz is insane. What are those stocks short squeezing, really? Oh. Just got a call from somebody. Okay, I'll call them back. Dang, 220%. Wow. Look at daily on car. Okay. I'm gonna check it out. Let's see. Car, where's that? Avis budget. Oh wow. Wow, that's a crazy short squeeze. That's nuts. That is pretty crazy. That stock has gone up 300% or 200% in only 2 months. What was the other one? It was Hertz. Hertz up a little bit, but also up about 100% in 2 months. Dang. Why are these rental car companies going up so much? Pasha, you mean take profit trader? What about take profit trader? Jeremy, you hit it 10 times. Nice. Okay, we got 4 minutes. Like email? Yes, FEMA. Shoot me that email. I'm gonna get a 50K eval transferred over to you for being a YouTube mod. Are we gonna get some profit taking here into the close? Our imaginary trade has not stopped out yet. Imaginary trade. We'll put our stop loss now to the top of that wick there. So the imaginary trade took total drawdown of 27 points. Let's see if it can hit its 50-point target to the downside. Is Apex sale over today? I believe so. Let me check how much time it has. It ends in 8 hours, the 90% off sale with Apex. So 8 hours left of that sale. Is it similar rules to Apex? No, it's a lot better, FEMA. So trade that eval very carefully. It's going to be 0 cost to you. So pass the eval and take your time on the funded. You can take payouts daily on it. The strategy that you use is the one is on a PDF on your Discord, and you say you have a video too, just asking. It's no longer free, so it's only for Trade Titans. So if you want access to the Excel spreadsheet, it's on the Google Drive for Trade Titans. So if you want access to it, just hit join, $5. You can have it. Works almost every time on the 305 short, 330 long. Yeah. Is this a good deal considering it's Apex? If you blow accounts easily, I think it's a good deal, yeah. If you're good at passing evals, then, you know, TPT, my funded futures, better. But if you don't blow evals, or if you blow a lot of evals, like Apex is definitely the way to go. You know, you're going to save money with it. Which one has payouts daily? Take Profit Trader does.
So a reminder at the top of the hour,
Same thing with my
Trump
funded
is due to
futures
hold
with the
his
Rapid
cabinet
account
meeting
is daily
discussing
payouts.
Make America Healthy Again. we'll get a video and we'll put that onto the feed for you shortly.
Is selling now the best time on NASDAQ? I don't know. It could squeeze to the upside. We got 40 seconds left. It's holding. ES, like, the ES actually looks a little bit weaker than the NASDAQ right now. It looks like it's testing the 21 EMA. Let's see. 20 seconds. What's it gonna do?
You trading the Asia Open today, Pasha?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just forward testing that orb strategy for specifically that open. I'm gonna test it out and see. All right, there we go. That's the close. And this trade, this fake trade, I guess worked out, sort of, if I close it here. Like 5 points.
Nice job on the actual coming out today.
Yeah, yeah. Big meaty claws, that's TPT, that is correct, yep. Alright guys. Well.
See ya, man.
Yeah. I'll be back on in 2 hours to take
voice news disconnected.
A quick couple trades. And yeah, it's time for the outro. Let's double check everything in here. I would say pretty dang good day today, honestly. Appreciate all you guys. Yeah, I'll be on for 2 hours for probably like 30 minutes, however long it takes to take the trade. But my oh my. Yeah, that TP1 hit down at 24,974, and since then we rallied almost 300 points, pretty much 300 points on the dot from the bottom. Crazy, crazy, crazy. As long as you weren't getting too crazy with your trades, you should hopefully be all right. Saw some people posting in the wins section on the Discord, got some people in profit, and you know what? It's always good to see the trade titans in profit. So if you're nice and green today, give yourself a pat on the back, give yourself some applause, go have a Snickers bar or something to reward yourself, I guess. Because you might as well keep going, and trading the good way that you're trading right now to be profitable. Okay, for those of y'all that are not doing too well, maybe you got to do the step back like I'm doing. Stop doing the discretionary trading, whatever it is. Find that edge, find that strategy. Slow it down a little bit, you know? Because I kind of hit a rough patch a little bit, you know? I hit a rough patch for sure. So I'm trying to slow it down. Find the edge, trade the edge, and not trade extra. At least until we figure what the heck is going on. But appreciate all you guys for joining the stream, for being part of the community. And I hope to see you at Asia session for like a quick 30 minutes. God bless y'all. Take care. Hope you guys have a great rest of your day. And I'll see you guys tomorrow as well for those of you that won't be on Asia session for New York session tomorrow morning. Take care. Love y'all. Peace out. See ya.